dance around a crude totem. Joan would recognize this in her unconscious state and in her dreams as the shepherd's-like crook she found in the wolf's cave. The memories would flood back to Joan, with Sarah and the carnage and the Malar worshipping were-sheep. Out of your mouth, you'd start tasting black bile starting to drip. And around this, the crazy old corrupted shepherd would pierce your nightmares with the guttural sounds of animals and laughing. Yep.
So this is after Toby's fed her the healing potion?
This is before. This is like as she's dreaming. Okay. If you know what I mean? This is her, like, this is what she's feeling while she's passed out, unconscious. She can feel like this corruption spreading through her body.
Great.
And
would she be conscious enough to be like trying to spit out the taste of the...
She would be uncomfortable, yeah.
Okay.
But as Toby pours this potion of healing down your throat, in your dreams, you're sort of hazy and unconscious. A sudden bright light bursts from the totem, banishing the shadows and silencing the cruel sounds which surrounded you. The dazzling light, as this potion goes down, washes over her aching body and washes away the corruption inside her. The totem crumples into a shattered mess, and Joan can now see a radiant and majestic creature, which was the source of the redeeming light that shattered the totem. Joan, as a follower of a Monitor, you'd know this as a sun falcon, which is the favoured bird. It begins to soar high into the air. And Joan, your perspective starts to following it. So as you're waking up in this sort of dreamlike state, below you can see a dark land dotted with dim lights. And in the far distant, an island which burns as brightly as the sun. Joan would know this as Alaron. She turns to where she would expect Griffon Hill to be, and a flickering light starts to burst into a small, dazzling flame. This beautiful radiance begins to spread into the Stonelands before enlightening the whole land of CORMYR. And just before you wake up, as you feel this healing potion within inside you, you hear sort of rugged voice of a man. It's like, I have slumbered in the darkness too long. Return my brilliance to this dim land. And that would be the last few words you hear before you open your eyes and see Toby standing before you.
Would Joan recognise the voice?
She's never heard it before.
Would she assume it was a Monitor's voice, or is it intended to be somebody else?
I think she probably would assume that it is a Monitor.
Yeah, okay.
And Joan, as a Monitor, seems to have burnt this affliction out of you.
Yeah.
It is replaced by something else. Once a day,
yeah,
Joan can turn into this. A sun falcon.
What? Oh, that's pretty sick.
For an hour.
What?
And
what does a sun falcon do?
I will tell you. I'll just...
Getting ahead of myself.
I'll put you here and here. Alright, so it should be there. You should be able to see it under Jonah Fast now, and its character sheet. So you can stay as this sun falcon for an hour every dawn. It has it has two sort of special powers. It's got Aura of Radiance. Each creature within a 20-foot cube of you is outlined in a bright white light. If it fails a dexterity saving throw, it starts shedding a dim light in a 10-foot radius. Any attack roll on an affected creature has advantage if the attacker can see it.
Yeah.
Okay. So if she flies around, she can sort of mark things for people. She has an ability called Blinding Flash, where it's once per long rest. By spreading her wings wide, a sun falcon can blast an intense wave of heat and light in a 20-foot cone as a standard action. All creatures within this area must succeed on a DC X Constitution save, or they take fire damage, and they're blinded for 1d4 plus 1 rounds.
Shit.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Does it take an action to turn into the Sun Falcon?
It does, and an action to turn back. So the Sun Falcon physically has a Sun Falcon stats, but mentally it has Joan's stats.
That's sick.
So she's aware of being the Sun Falcon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's very cool.
Really cool.
Sweet.
That's what you get for getting where sheep is, I mean. So would you like to roll, Toby, the health potion?
So 2d4 plus 2.
I think Joan's first thing that she would do would be like lean
7.
over the arm of the chair, and she'd be like, you know, when you feel sick and you like produce loads of spit,
Mm-hmm.
she'd be like drooling on the floor, like.
Yeah, and you'd feel sort of all this black bile being pushed out, like banished from your body by the light.
That's so cool.
Back with the land of the living, I see, Mr. Farce. It's yes, we've all had a rough night, and yes, Pierre looks like he's trying to keep up his bravado, but he seems a bit a bit shaken by the events of Were Sheep stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Joan would just be like sort of blearily like looking at him with like dribble on her chin. She'd like wipe her mouth with the back of her hand. Oh, c'était très embarrassant.
Yes, well, it's we've all woken up with a little bit of spit in our mouth. Let's not be honest. At least you're not dead. And that would be thanks to me, of course. You know, my quick thinking and excellent reflexes, and a moment too soon, and you may have been joining the gods up in the sky.
It seems I owe you my thanks, Monsieur Rallyhorn. But did I get bitten by a were-sheep?
Well, yes. Before you said about the were-sheep, and again he looks kind of uncomfortable, and he's like, to be honest, I didn't believe you, but after seeing that palaver, yes, you did get bitten by a were-sheep, I'm afraid, Mr. Farce, and he bows slightly and says, and there's no need to thank me. Toby had a small part to play in it as well, of course.
Joan would like let out a like chuckle, like, oh god, and she'd be like, oh god, I felt absolutely dreadful, and there was this terrible nightmare. But then a Monitor came to me and took the lycanthropy from me, and now I just feel awful. But if you cannot hack it, Monsieur Rallyhorn, it is best that you say it now, and we will part ways with no bad words said and not put you in any more danger.
No, madame. Mr. Pierre Rallyhorn is always up for some danger, a bit of excitement. I don't get by without a bit of excitement in my life, and you know, it's nice to see. It's nice to see when we can go back to back and fight off some evil were-sheep.
Yes, well, Amber and I are usually much more capable than this. I think it is you new people putting us off our stride.
Well, you know, I think based off today's events, I would say that this a Monitor must think that I'm, you know, quite the something to save their chosen, their blessed.
Joan would just look up at him and just like raise an eyebrow, like, sure.
Yeah, I'd say Jane's feeling like when you're really hungover, but you've also woken up and had like a few shots to get you over it. So like bad, but slightly comforted. but
Rallying.
yeah.
What do they call that? They call it like a when you drink in the morning.
Hair of the dog.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Madame, I don't know if you wish any kind of gestures towards Ember. I know you are a adept healer, or I can use one of these. And he holds up a potion.
Yes. Yes.
Don't rush the lady, Toby. She's been through quite the morning.
And Joan is already standing up, and she would just look like she would just side eye Pierre, and she would cast 2nd level cure wounds on Ember.
Holy fuck, that's a lot of healing.
Yes. For 13 healing. 13 healings.
Yeah, so you'd feel like a cool but warm ray of heat through you, Ember. You'd wake up on the bed and look around, probably a bit sore.
Yeah. Yep, so she just sits on the bed, so it looks up. Ugh. I don't know what happened.
Well, it may be some of our dreams to wake up with Mr. Fast looking over us, but I can assure you that she was just practicing her medical abilities.
Pierre, I'm warning you.
He kind of smiles. He's kind of calming down now that it's like everyone's all right.
For you, Madame, he hands Ember one of the remaining potions. And Mademoiselle gives the other to Joan.
Merci, Toby. I
There-
understand you have a large role in saving my life, so I much appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a quite large role, Toby.
Twas
They
nothing,
do call him the Grand for a reason.
'Twas nothing, Mademoiselle. I perform our jobs to keep you alive and well. There is other goods in the shop. I think, well, the lady lived outside the settlement. We can decide what we want to do with her belongings.
I have to admit, I don't feel too bad about taking from a were-sheep.
No.
And he's going to sort of walk over here and start picking up this... Is this like a flute, Kieran?
It's a crumb horn.
He starts sort of picking it up and he's just kind of like holding it in his hands and looking at it. Yes, this horn.
Crumb horns are interesting instruments. I really like them, but I don't think they're on D&D.
Crumb horns.
Spelled with a K.
Oh my god, they're so cool.
And Toby would take the sheet off the macabre chandelier thing and say, I apologize for the sight, but I believe this is evidence we need for proving the guilty nature of the woman we just slew.
Yeah, you just see the hands with the cleavers slowly twirling like a horrible what do you call those things? Like not a wind chime. A bit like a wind chime.
The thing you hang over babies' beds, like a dial or something. What it's called?
Yeah.
I'm right next to her bed as well. Do you think she looked at them before she went to sleep?
I certainly hope not. You wouldn't want that on your mind before you drifted off into a slumber, would you?
Yeah, not my mind.
Would Joan know if it had any kind of religious significance?
You definitely know that you've seen it before in the cave, that the hand is a symbol of the god Malar.
Mm-hmm.
Just give you a little reminder of who Malar is. So Malar is the Beast Lord, lesser deity of the hunt, evil lycanthropes, and bestial savagery and bloodlust. So, not a nice guy.
Sounds like the original nice guy.
If you just cast your eyes over the altar, you would see sort of a blood-stained piece of paper next to it.
Mm-hmm. She would pick it up and see what it said.
Yeah. You can roll a history check to see if you recognise the script. And if anyone knows Druidic, you'd be able to decipher it.
I do not know Druidic.
Not no Druidic.
You would recognise this hand symbol, but the whole thing looks kind of different.
Okay.
Like, you normally just see the claw on the top. You don't see this whole bit added on.
Okay. Would she know if there were any if oh, how can I phrase this? Like, if certain parts of it would summon certain things, so would the hands, if they summon something in particular, or if, like, what stage the ritual's at, kind of thing.
It does look ritualistic, Joan. You're not. Would she like be touching the altar, or she'd just be looking at it?
She would touch. I think she would touch things just to see what was going on.
Yeah. So as she touches it, she doesn't get any sort of magical essence of anything she touches. You think this might have been more symbolic than like ritualistic.
Okay.
Can Toby
It is,
lift up the bed?
Yep.
Anything
So-
underneath?
Pull the bed up. All there is a few sort of like soiled clothes under the bed.
How soiled.
Classic.
Well, she was a weresheep half the time, so I'll let you.
And then, if this is a door here, Toby would like to open it.
Yeah. So as you open the door, you see outside to what seems to be an allotment where she was working and growing food.
Yeah.
What are Pierre and Ember doing?
Yeah, it's kind of just moved over to the bed at this point. It's kind of perched on the end, and he's kind of like trying his best not to glance at this mobile of gore.
Mhm.
And he's just kind of making small talk, and he's like just generally trying to avoid talking about the situation. And he's just like, well, they won't believe this back in Griffon Hill, I can assure you of that. Story so grand, I could add it to my collection. It's all the tales of how Pierre Rallyhorn, accompanied by his sidekick Toby Legrand, saved the servitor of a monitor and the fiery lady herself, Miss Wins.
Oh, that is me. Ember's just sort of meandering in the doorway, looking between the two rooms.
Would she make any like effort to have a look around this room more?
Pierre do it already. I can't remember.
He didn't.
Missing it.
No, he didn't. No.
No.
He actively didn't. He's trying to avoid touching and looking at shit because he's underneath
Freaked
his
out.
bravado. He's freaked the fuck out.
Ember will. She's curious.
Yeah, do investigation check then, Ember.
Oh.
So you do recognise some things. You would find 3 bags of caltrops.
Ooh.
You'd find some hunting traps. You'd see some sort of kits on the. You see a kit over here and a kit over here, but you don't know what they are. And you would also see some vials sitting next to where the potions healings were, but you can't really tell what they were.
Oh. Well, you said you killed her, right? So everything's free for the taking.
I have precisely my thoughts, Miss Wins.
Well, just
Add the
picked it all up then.
Add the spoils to your collection, and just think, when we get our double act rolling, this will be a fiery tale. You can tell when that
It's
little
all
flamey diorama you make.
in the Roll20 chat. I put what she found. It's all basic stuff, so they'll be able to work it out eventually. The potions of healing obviously gone.
Ooh, I will take the healer's kit. Because I do not plan on taking healing spells on
Do these veggies look ripe?
They look like it's sort of midsummer. Well, yeah. No, they don't look ripe at all. It's like end of spring. It
Okay.
looks like some of them have only just been planted.
Yeah, he just kind of kicks the soil a bit, comes back in.
Oh god, who made a consumable healer's kit? That's so much more useful.
Well, I will carry the grisly evidence. Is it on top of a chest, did you say, Kieran?
It's like do an investigation check around it, Toby. It looks like sort of like a chest, but sort of like an altar. It's hard to really make out without properly inspecting it.
Whatcha?
So, Toby, you first look at it and you think, oh, it's an altar. But you start touching around it and you notice there's like a rim to it. It's made out of stone.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like you could probably push it up, but if you do, you'll knock over the mobile.
He'll take the mobile off of it, put
Yeah.
it on the floor, and then try and lift it up.
Do a athletics check. It's quite heavy.
Yeah, well, if he's got any, he'll give him. No, he hasn't got any.
15.
So yeah, you don't manage to like take it off, but you just push it to the side, and it makes a clunk on the floor. And inside, you see a strange item. It looks like this. And if you touched it, it would feel magical.
I hate it.
It's so cool. I want one.
I see our weresheep was looking to make quite the fashion statement with that little thing.
Tom, you know you're dating exactly the right person to make that happen, right?
No, but not for the size of my head. She'd be stuck there for years. He'd say, "This day just gets stranger."
And then he'd put the hat on. mask
No,
on.
he'd say, "Miss Winds, you have knowledge of the arcane."
Ah, Toby, you know me too well at this point. I can, I like to see those little magical things and learn a bit about them.
Toby backs up into Pierre to block him and says, "Miss Winds."
I mean, I'll have a look, but I don't know. Mostly just engraved in here, you know, as you taps at it.
Toby narrows his eyes and then gets out of the way of Pierre. Come on then.
So, Ember.
If
Oh,
Pierre,
yeah.
if Pierre can touch it, he will spend a minute and cast Identify on it.
Is it like a competition then? Okay, Ember, go first. See if you know what it is just by touching it straight away. And then if you don't get
What
it,
is it?
Pierre will.
Arcana?
Yeah. You're proficient, yeah?
Nope.
Most
Yeah,
certainly not.
You just look at it, you're like, I have no idea what the hell that could do.
I have no idea, but kind of ugly.
Well, yes.
And Pierre, after a minute of identifying it, it's a
Wait,
simple...
I don't have a pearl. I can't do it. Fuck.
Oh, well,
Okay, it's fine. I'll buy. If I spend 100 gold here now, can I add a pearl to my inventory?
yeah, you can. Would he have identified things before?
I think so, because I think he would have wanted to do it for the mercenary company. It's
Take
like
off 50 gold, and we'll just say he found it on one of his travels.
Okay. Yeah, he'll cast Identify on it then.
So it's a simple-looking mask made out of blue wool, and when worn, it will cast a spell Polymorph on the wearer and change them into a sheep. Any items the wearer has, including the mask, is morphed into sheep shape. The spell lasts an hour and can be dispelled. After an hour is up, the wearer changes back to the original form with a mask still on. This effect can only happen once every day and resets at dawn, and I will put it in the chat.
Pierre will kind of look to Joan and start chuckling, and he's like, I think you'll enjoy this, Mr. Fox. I think these woolly tangles quite suit your fine, beautiful face.
Yes, one. It could certainly be said it could only enhance my appearance.
Yes, of course. It's just a simple magical trinket. If you ever want to shine a Monitor's light a little bit, then make sure you rub the mask and speak. Is it speak its command word, Kieran? I see.
No, it's just if you put it on.
Oh, have you just put it on? Even better. Then he says, "Yes, it'll bring out your features." He's trying to deceive her and get her to put the mask on. I don't know if I need to roll deception, Kieran.
No, I think it's up to Anya what Joan would do.
I mean, I was thinking, I was like, oh yeah, I was about to say she was going to put it on, and then I read what it does, and I was like,
Oh,
But Joan
No,
doesn't
she-
know that.
Joan doesn't know that, so Joan would put it on.
Okay. And Joan, as you put it on, you change into a sheep.
Great.
But
She
remember,
don't have thumbs, can't
but-
take it off.
but remember, Joan, you can also turn into that sun falcon.
Can.
Toby would growl. Pierre.
she's fine. It's just effect of that mask. It'll wear off in an hour.
Yes.
Plus, she looks better this way. Really brings out her hips.
I'm
Look kind of funny.
fucking
so-
hell. I'm assuming Joan would still be able to understand everything they're saying.
Ah,
Depends what the intelligence
no.
is. Yeah, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Because with polymorph, you're literally transformed into a sheep.
Oh, okay.
It's not like wild shape.
But Joan, you
Yeah, they got
can-
two intelligence. Definitely not.
Yeah, right now
Yeah.
in Joan's brain, you're like, I like grass. These guys are scary. Where am I?
That's a great sheep bar, by the way. Holy crap.
Thank you. Like, I'm around a lot of sheep these days, you know?
Mm.
But remember, Joan can turn into the sun falcon.
Yeah,
Can
but,
she have the
but
sheep?
she can't because she's not. She wouldn't even think of it because she a sheep.
That's
Yeah.
a good point. Yeah.
Yay! People playing polymorph properly. I'm so happy.
Yeah, don't fucking play it like Critical Role.
Fuck Critical Role for that. Ugh,
Yeah,
hate it.
I hate that as well. It's so annoying.
There we go. Yeah, Toby
Yeah,
would
well-
kind of facepalm and be like, you better hope she doesn't understand you.
I'm sure it's fine. Sheep aren't the brightest in the bunch. Does anyone have a bit of rope or something? Is there a
She's
bit
gonna
of
be
rope?
fucking furious when she gets back
Yeah.
to the sheep shape.
Is there a bit of rope lying around, Kieran, or is there?
Not
anyone-
that you can see in this room.
Perhaps
Either of you have
there
a-
won't be a romance here after all.
Do either of you have a bit of rope at all?
No, I don't.
I think it would be more amusing watching you trying to steer her back to the settlement. When will she turn back, Pierre?
I
After
just
an
love
hour.
the idea that Joan's going to come back to being Joan with like Pierre leading her with a bit of rope around her neck.
That was what he was hoping. Yeah. Yeah, he's gonna get the bed sheets then and kind of tie like a little loop with the bed sheets and just gonna place it over Sheep Jones' head. Sheep are fast.
The
Nope.
bed sheets aren't
To-
really bed
to-
sheets, but more blankets.
Toby's gonna stop him anyway. Toby's
Okay.
like, you need to walk her back yourself.
Joan's
Fine,
just doing
fine.
it to the bed sheet. Meh.
And Tom enjoys the mental image of Pierre being like, no, go that way, stop, fucking sheep. Toby walks back out into here.
Mhm.
And would take... So Ember takes the herbalism kit, cantrips, hunting trip. Toby would take the other hunting trip, I guess.
I think it's just 4 basic poisons left and wolf hides.
Oh yeah, I'll take the basic
Let's-
poison.
Oh no, thank you. Okay. Wolf hides. Yeah, unless anyone else wants the herbalism kit, it's fine.
No.
Why can't I don't even care because I'm a sheep.
My herbalism kit is my face. Yum yum yum.
My herbalism.
Yeah. How many were left? 4. Poisons.
Yeah, there's 4 poisons.
Cool. Taken them.
Much as I love hanging around in this lovely home, the decor is quite impressive. Yes, I think we should perhaps think about getting back to Griffon Hill with the utmost quickness.
So, if so, Pierre, do an animal handling check to see how quickly you manage to usher Joan back.
Yeah.
Okay.
No! Okay, Toby has preempted this shit, because if she runs off into the flock of sheep, I'm not losing Joan amongst all the sheep around here. I already had this thought, and I was about to say Toby makes a big deal of taking out his sword, his war pick, and banging it against his shield and scaring all the other sheep off, so that we have a clear path back to the camp.
Yeah, and then Joan goes, "Meh," and runs away in fright.
No. Toby's doing it away from Joan.
What I was going to do was ask Ember and Toby if they're waiting around for Pierre and the sheep, because basically it could take ages to get back, and it depends if they're waiting or not.
Toby's doing his job. He's got to guard that sheep. He's walking along slightly behind Pierre, watching him being a mug, trying to get her herder back towards the camp.
I'll move to the map. You waste about a whole hour just chasing Joan around. You don't make any progress wherever you're going.
That's very generous.
As Pierre's pushing the sheep, he's like, I imagine him leaning into it really heavily. He's like, don't worry, Joan. I'll always be there for you. Anyone? No.
Would Joan roughly be turning back into a sheep at this point?
So you'd probably go an hour the wrong way, and then after you've walked an hour, it's a 2-hour walk back. So she would change back without really getting anywhere.
Yep.
I like the idea that she's just trotting along, and Pierre's like pushing her rump, and then she turns back into an elf, and she's like, "Get your hands off of my ass, Monsieur Rallyhorn, or I will have your hands and put them in an altar like the one at the hut."
Of course, Mr. Fast. It's so nice to have you back. Yes, 59 minutes is certainly a lot quicker than comes quicker than an hour, apparently.
I assume Joan would still have would she take the mask off?
Yeah. I imagine she's saying this behind the mask. It's like, "Get your hands off my ass, Monsieur Rallyhorn." And then she like sort of get up and take it off like really sheepishly, like really embarrassed, and would just like throw it at him and be like, I'm going to get you back for this, Monsieur Rallyhorn."
Oh, it's fine. You know, as they say, the saying goes, all's wool that ends wool.
I swear to God, you make it very easy for a woman to want to kill you.
I get that a lot, actually. But you know, cheer up, darling. Everything will be all right.
Joan's just glaring at him.
Madame Afas, it is this way back to Griffon Hill.
We actually have at least one capable person on our team.
If if I hadn't been there, perhaps you and Miss Windsor wouldn't, you wouldn't stand a chance.
No, but I also would not have been a sheep. So, swings and roundabouts, I guess.
Toby waves the grim mobile at Pierre. Perhaps let's head back now before we make more trouble for ourselves.
Yes, of course.
Now before Pierre's head becomes part of my own altar to a monitor.
I wouldn't complain.
Okay, so it probably takes you 2 hours to walk back to Griffon Hill at this point, and you get there just after midday.
Nice. Lunchtime.
And again, sleepy town. A lot of its inhabitants have gone off or are working in the fields.
Ah, it feels good to be back in this lovely settlement.
Well, we need to inform the townsmaster and perhaps the priestess of Shantae.
Yes, after you, Toby, of course.
Mamselle.
Yes. I cannot go back and talk to Flora. I feel like that would have made more sense as a sheep. I can't do it.
Yeah, she does have a rather rustic quality about her.
Like some other people we could mention.
He just smiles.
You are nothing like the nobles on Alaron, Monsieur Rallyhorn.
Oh, I aim to please. I'm only CORMYR's finest, you know.
Then I feel very sorry for CORMYR.
As do I, madame, as do I.
Toby starts walking towards the townmaster's hall.
Okay, so once again, you'd enter the room. As last time, it was unguarded. He's working away at his desk. He seems a bit more relaxed now. And he sees you come in, Toby. He's like, well. I assume you're back here. Wait, did he meet Toby?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. He did met him last session.
Yeah.
You're back so quickly. Did he manage to resolve this issue with the murders?
Toby sort of waits to see if Joan wants to speak.
Yes? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, cool. Sorry, it's because I just put my headset on because I've got to go and do something in a second.
Okay.
No, I will still be here. It's just, I need to be able to listen through my headphones. Sorry. Yes, it appears that the problem has been dealt with. There was a healer living on the outskirts of the town, and
Yeah.
she had worship under her control.
Oh. He looks a bit crestfallen.
But
It was...
It is okay. We have mostly dealt with the problem, I think.
Oh, well, that is good news. I assume she was responsible for the murders.
Toby holds up the grizzly mobile.
He's just...
Oh, I didn't even register that was the hands from the murders or anything. God,
Yeah.
I'm so
Yeah.
deep. Jesus.
I have seen many awful things in my time. This is up there.
And let me assure you, Townsmaster, that were-sheep are apparently a real thing.
Yes.
Side eyes, Pierre.
I can't say I'm too pleased it was the healer. She was one of the only people we had who could sort out many of the medical issues that people have in the village, but you have saved many future lives with what you have done. He kind of looks at the butcher's knives. If you could remove the butcher's knives, I could get them back to Strombulin.
Yeah,
Toby.
James start trying to pry it out of one of these literal cold dead hands.
Oh,
Yeah, they're proper rigor mortis, and as you break out one of the cleavers, one of the fingers would just fall off onto the floor.
Joan would be like,
Yeah, Pierre is definitely backing up into the corner like, nope, not much of that shit.
Toby would just be like, allow me, mamselle, this is not for you, and would do the rest and pick up the finger as well.
and Joe's there just like,
Ember is
yeah.
actually watching, like, kind of interesting.
You're sick.
So, yeah, alright. I did promise you an adventurer's license for completing this, or which would work across the whole of Arabelle if you wished to act independently of the army. Or you could, of course, take a cash sum. I know people in the village are, well, they have appreciated you being here, especially some of the younger ones.
What do we think, guys? The license would definitely allow me to act in a Monator's favor instead of the Cormyrian army's favor. She'd like roll her eyes as she was saying that. But I will go with whatever you think.
P.S. Actually smiles, like a more genuine smile, like a kind of like smile when she rolls her eyes at the Cormyrian army thing, and he's like, yes, I think you have to spend money to make money around these parts, so an adventurer's license will certainly fill our pockets with coin if we're to prove anything like we've done here today.
Yes, it will certainly raise a lot of money for our Monator.
Yes,
I
and a monitor, of course.
What
The
did Ember
sun.
say?
But
What did Ember say?
Oh, don't worry.
Okay. He sort of pulls out a document from the side. I have this pre-signed. These things are worth a considerable amount of gold, and if anyone would like to know how much an adventurous license is worth in CORMYR, you can roll a history check.
Why not?
Jane would definitely want to know. I feel like Pierre would probably want to know. Yeah.
14 for Pierre.
18.
Free!
So,
Thank you
Joan,
very
you've heard of it at the pub, and Pierre, you just know from being a noble anyway. They're worth about 4,000 gold.
much.
They let you work for nobles and let you have your weapons unsheathed in a lot of cities as well.
That's a lot of gold. Yeah, I think this is a good shout. Does everybody else agree, or
Yeah, I think it's
yeah?
perfect.
Yeah,
I agree.
Toby agrees.
Okay. What about Hannah slash Ember?
Yeah.
So,
Are you sure? Because I don't want to go against the wishes of the rest of the group.
Go
Right.
ahead. Yeah.
Makes sense to me.
so he would sign. He'd look over the document. He'd sign his name. You'd see another signature on the document where he signs next to, and it is the sort of High Lord of Arabelle. And he sort of turns the document around, and there's places for you to sign your own names on the document as well.
Yeah, Pierre will pen his name on the front.
Tobias Leboulet.
You can read.
Well, I practiced for many a year.
How's Ember doing her signature? Is she just like doing a burnt paw?
Oh, could. I was gonna like dip a claw into the ink and then do it that way, but burnt paw is pretty good. I'll do burnt paw.
You like me to
Yeah.
sign your name for you, Ember? You know, not having opposable thumbs and all.
I've got opposable fingers at least.
That is
She
true.
just does it with a claw as well. So burnt paw with a signature with a claw underneath.
So he gets out a big stamp and he's like on the side, and you can see the wax starts to set in a beautiful green color, and he he rolls it up and puts it in a scroll case and hands it over to you, Joan.
Add 1 adventurer's license to your inventory.
Oh yeah.
Well, I thank you for what you've done here. I don't think I could have asked for anything more.
Yes, well, we aim to please, and please that we do.
And
For now, I don't want to look at that mobile anymore.
of course, he kind of looks at the bin over here.
Toby would say, I believe we can give some solace to your priestess of Shantae and perhaps return these hands to their rightful owners.
Of course, Shaunti has been popular in the village for a long time, but since your arrival, I've seen a little something pop up near the guest house.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh god, I'm so excited and scared.
Wasn't there 2 other people who were involved as well, Kieran?
Yeah, but you haven't mentioned them.
I was thinking we probably should.
It
Let me
was
get my notes.
that lady and that
Who's that?
man.
If he said about them, she'd be like, "Oh well, I can't say I'm surprised she was involved. I guess she had her own personal things to gain in receiving her partner's house." But
She had her own shit going on.
and he was strange. Since he was a boy, he never really said much. Who knows? Whenever they converted to whatever they were, it
Probably
must
had
have.
a mouthful of grass.
Quite. He just like looks at you.
Joan would full on glare at Pierre like fucking dickhead.
Well, we should be on our way. Good day,
Of course.
Townsmaster.
It was a pleasure meeting you all. Feel free to stop by any time. The village is always open to you.
And what a lovely village it is. Yes.
Lovelier now you've killed those things.
Toby would kind of hesitate as he's leaving and then turn around and say, and should you ever need any help in the future, you can always call on the avant-garde.
Thank you. Or maybe even you personally, now you have an adventurer's license. And he gives you a wink.
Toby would have kind of a wry smile, nod, and leave the room. Leave the building.
Did you?
Pierre follow with kind of like a finger gun and a wink at him as he says that and then leaves.
They're called finger crossbows here, Lewis.
Yeah, sorry.
So, you're standing outside of Hamlet Hall, having a look around. Where are you off to next?
House of Shantae would be my suggestion.
Yep, Pierre's down to follow.
Okay. So once again, you arrive at the House of Shantae and see the matriarch once again praying at the altar.
Yeah, Pierre would stridle alongside Toby and just say, well, you'll be glad to know, priestess, that you're officially off the suspect list.
That is a relief. But have you dealt with the issue, the were-sheep?
It was the healer outside Griffon Hill itself.
She's like, oh, I always thought that woman could be a pagan. And people will start to come here for their healing needs now. Not to some dark god.
Toby says, pagan indeed, and holds up the grim mobile.
So without the knives in this time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They are... She gestures towards the morgue.
Yep. He moves over.
Their bodies can be once again returned to the earth. Now they are complete. The cycle continues.
Toby has the awkward moment where he's like, which hand goes where?
Yes.
Um,
Monitor that we can bury them in his light.
Yes, I saw the little shrine that's set up outside the guest house.
Yes. They are dedicated.
She sort of like a slight scowl at you, Jane, but a monitor, he isn't talked of much, but I can see that he must want synergistic things with Shanti. He is the light, after all.
Yes, he is, and all other gods would not exist without him.
Yeah, yes. She turns back to Toby, who she sees is having trouble working out whose hand's who. I could do that for you, sir.
Merci. He uses his hand axe to cut the hands off of the mobile, and then just kind of places the rest of it down on the floor. And
Hey,
steps
thank
out.
you all for all you've done here. I never would have even known if it weren't for any of you.
It is a pleasure to help your and he almost says flock, and then he's like, your people here.
Well, look after them in the Stone Lands, the ones who have left.
Of course.
And if you cannot, then return their bodies to the earth, where they can become one with the cycle again.
Of course, madame. And he bows his head and strides out.
Pierre bows and says, Madame, if you ever need to call on a group of Avengers now that we have a license, then fear no more that Amornator's knights are never too far away. And he smiles and winks at Joan and then strides out. He's like, I bid you adieu.
Joan
Yes.
would just be like, oh, fuck's sake.
Okay. Returning back to... Oh no. So, you ready to leave Griffon Hill yet?
I assume Joan wants to go and see her little shrine that's been made.
Yes, if I'm viewing that, I need 2 seconds to go upstairs and run and get something.
Okay.
Okay, right, give me 2 seconds, okay.
I'll quickly move you over to the guest house then.
Pierre would move up to Ember along the way and just say, Miss Wins, how are you feeling after your encounter with the devil, or almost?
No, just kind of was awake 1 minute and then I was down another minute. It's kind of how it feels. I feel kind of disappointed I didn't get to, use more fire.
Well, but there's always next time. There's always more opportunities in this lovely land to burn things down.
Oh, there always is. You see these little sketches on this table I did before?
Oh yes, they are quite fetching.
I'm gonna add to them. Do a little story with the little healer from the back, and they should do it at the back of the table.
Yeah, Pierre's like clearing his throat, trying to like me kind of thing, and trying to like think of a song to sing, like to go alongside it, like some sort of strumming his lute, kind of. Yeah.
So, if you're all at the tavern, I
Sorry,
think...
I'm back.
Oh, so as you're sitting at the tavern, Joan, you'd once again see Flora. And Flora's like, Joan,
Yes, someone.
I've got something to show you.
Right, okay.
It's
What?
outside.
Okay. She would follow her.
I have to see this. Excuse me, Miss Wins.
I want to see it as well. I'm just gonna follow.
Well, if we're all going... Stands back up.
It's like me every time I get up at work. Ugh.
So she wanders outside to this sort of stone bench, which she seems to have placed a small bronze orb on, and you can see that it's scattered around with a few gold pieces.
Right. Thank you, Flora.
It's a shrine to the Minotaur.
Oh, that is very sweet of you. Thank you, Flora.
I thought I could, spread the word when you're not here.
Oh, thank you very much. That is much appreciated.
Well, I thought, the lady at the place wasn't doing much, so maybe a man can help more.
Well, yes. Thank you very much, Flora. That is very sweet of you.
Well, my dad said he considered something like a ball of light better than the stinking old earth anyway, even though we smell of it half the time.
Right. I see. Okay. Well, it is a very sweet thought, Flora. Thank you very much.
I'll make sure they know.
Perhaps you could give it your official blessing, Mademoiselle Afas.
Yes, just give me 1 second whilst I wash the egg off my hands.
What is it we got to do next? We're just going back to the
The
camp
I think. Yeah.
because we're going off to the Stonelands on the 8th, aren't we?
Yeah.
Yep.
This is why I shouldn't have backed myself into a corner and said I'd bake anything. Bought it from the shop,
That's
like
what
any
Tom would do.
normal person would do.
No.
Not about that life. We all know
Exactly.
that. Right. Yes. My official blessing. Monitor's glory be to all of Griffon Hill.
A Monitor's glory, Griffon Hill.
Yes.
She looks at the rest of you.
Monitor's glory be to Griffon Hill.
Yes, may it forever shine in a Monitor's light.
Nobody asked you, Pierre.
No, whatever he said. I'm on at all.
Oh. She looks at Ember. Maybe it'd be better if the little orb was hot.
Oh, I can make it hot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as you do, you can see it's giving it a slight dull glow, and she sort of goes down to it. She's like, perfect. And you can see Winnie sort of looking out the window at you all, wondering what's going on. I'll miss you, Joan.
I will miss you also, Flora. That is very sweet of you.
Hope you look after my siblings.
Of course, I will make sure that they are as safe in Amornator's glory as they can be. I've
She,
just forgotten lovely fucking sour cream. Fuck. Sorry.
But, well, I'll spread the word. And Winnie's like, you better get back to work, Flora. And she's like, ah. And she sort of goes back into the kitchen.
Try not to get into too much trouble, Flora.
Bye, Joan. Bye, everybody else.
Yes, goodbye, madame.
Bonsoir.
Joan, is this the symbol of a Monitor?
It's just a little bronze orb.
Okay.
No, it is not. It is just an orb, but
Okay.
it was well intentioned.
Oh. Right. So, you all ready to travel back?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just go to the toilet.
Did the damaged people want to take a short rest beforehand?
Yes. I would say on the walk back, because you did clear out a lot of the dangerous stuff, that you can have a short rest on your way back.
Okay.
Dip-a-dip-a-dip-a-dip. At least the word of a man will be spread.
Jesus, can
all
you
over.
imagine? Welcome to the church.
We
Come
already
see
have
a
enough men
man.
talking. Thank you. The
Already-
word of men is already spread far and wide.
Yeah, very true.
I promise that is not me urinating. That is me squeezing lemon juice into a tablespoon.
That's my fetish.
Yeah, well, why do you think I'm doing it, Tom?
Oh! Public lemon juice squeezing.
God, I'm such an idiot. Why didn't I told people that was what I was going to do? Because I thought to myself, oh no, don't say anything to anybody. Then if I don't get round to it, I don't have to do it. But then of course I told people.
Nicely done.
Sorry, I'm muting myself.
Oh, it's really hot in this room.
Toby Legrand. What feat do I take to the next level? That's the real question.
Do not know.
Could take athlete.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put 2 into charisma, but get up to 18.
Yeah, that's smart. Yeah, I think I've got a couple of odd numbered ones. Maybe I'll just do an ability score as well.
Is everyone here?
Yep.
Okay. And yeah.
Yeah, that's
Okay. We all ready then to keep going?
Goodbye, Griffon Hill.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
by Griffon Hill.
You look back on it, you're like, we had some good times there, right? We weren't there for long, like a day.
Little
Hours.
bug.
How long would you be travelling back for? Let's work this out. So it's 10 miles. That's... What pace do you think you'd go at? Normal?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you take about 3 hours to get back. So as you're arriving back, probably just coming up to mid-afternoon, around 4 or 5 o'clock. The sun's still quite high up in the air. And in the distance, because you know Griffon Hill's on a slight, like a slight hill from what you saw before, you can see around this hill, lots of little tents have popped up outside of it. From a distance, they look like a myriad of different colours. It doesn't really look like there's any particular, like, dominant colour or organisation. And as you get closer, you can see more figures moving around. And I'll take you over. So you put your tokens down here.
Down where?
Bottom right. No, left. Yeah, right. So So as you're winding your way up, as you get closer, you can start noticing some of the figures you recognise. You see the Chad Mullins, Titus, and Amelie are all sort of gathered around. At one particular tent, you can see Rodri talking to two people that you don't recognise. You see a Vicomte and Rouveret looking over everyone else, sort of surveying, the area. Ember, you see Dewey talking to a short little gnomish man wearing adventuring hat. And Joan and Ember in the distance, you'd recognise Rosiza, who seems to be talking to the Navette children around the fire very energetically.
Raziza was the chef in the inn, right? Not that Toby
Yeah.
knows that, but yeah.
Yeah, she used to chef in the inn.
Okay.
So as you start waking your way up the path, Chad Mullins shouts out, it's like, "Looks like they're back, everybody!" You see Titus wave. Amelie's sort of standing there with her sort of slightly smirking with her arms crossed. And you see Dewey. He turns around and he sort of starts running towards you, Ember.
Oh.
No. Yeah, should run towards him as well. Yuri.
It's good to see you. I heard you were fighting some were-sheep. I was a bit worried that you wouldn't come back.
Whoa, news gets around pretty fast then.
Yes. I'm not sure why Rouveret left you to deal with it on your own, but you came back, so...
I mean, I don't know. He's got his own motivations, I guess. She shrugs. But it's good to see you. Have you been on... I can't remember. Did you go on a mission or not?
I did. Me and Rodri, Rouveret and Gilly, we went down to a little place called Half Hap. It was very weird. You just find
It's weird.
Well, it had these potato-shaped walls, and it's hard to describe how a wall is like a potato, but there's all this heraldry of knights. There was purples, there was greens, there was browns, and we actually picked up some recruits there. And he points to this guy over there. His name's Clodo. I found him.
Well, he looks interesting.
He's something, Ember. He's definitely something. He has a particular interest in jellies.
Jellies, eh? Well, I think you'll be proud of me as well. I've managed not to set anything on fire for a whole however many days it's been.
That doesn't sound like you.
I know. That's why I think you'd be impressed,
Well, I am. Hang on. I'm just trying to find something quickly about what Dewey knows. Yes. He looks at Ember. He's like, when you were with Rodri, did she do any magic? I didn't know she could.
Did she? Never.
Not that you can remember. Well, anyway, she used this acid magic, and this bandit just collapsed into like a puddle on the floor. It was a bit weird.
That's pretty gross, but it's pretty impressive.
Yes, it's weird. Her eyes look more green recently. Not that I was looking at her eyes, but
Did she say she was practicing her magic?
She's always got that backpack on, and I didn't want to ask.
No, I don't think it'd be from the backpack.
You gotta play it cool,
You gotta play it hot, do you? Remember? And she does her little fire hand.
It's like, but I'm only a wet blanket. And he sort of makes a little ice in his hand and it just melts.
Well, I guess we could go say hello.
To Clodo.
Whoever it was his name again?
Clodo.
Yeah, Clodo.
Sure.
I mean, maybe everyone else will want to say hello as well.
Yes, I did. He looks. I saw Atakte and Darian come back, but they've already left.
Oh, that was quick.
Yes. They went off into the Stonelands already.
Oh, well, they assigned us these two other new ones. There's Pierre, and she points to him, and Toby.
Good day, sir.
Hello.
A pleasure, monsieur.
Yes, ignore him.
You're. It's nice to meet you both.
Toby steps forward to shake his hand.
Shakes
This
his
is my
hand.
brother Dewey.
Yes, and this is my sister Amber, who you've already met.
I can see the resemblance.
Well, it seems that tabaxi are rather like wagons, aren't they? You don't see many for ages, and then two show up at once.
I'm just here looking after her, you know. He gives a wink.
Well, I'm sure you're doing a fabulous job of it. Miss Wins here proved herself more than capable in combat, and it was quite nice to see her fiery little dioramas and shows. We've decided to take up a little bit of a double act, haven't we, Miss Wins?
Oh yeah, we're double that now. You should see our little show. We do a little. I do the fire and special effects, and all, obviously all the important stuff as well. Obviously, and then
Very
Pierre
cool.
does a really good song.
But I am really the star of the show at the front. The singing, the music. It would be nothing without Miss Wins's special effects, of course, but...
Yes,
Well-
the star of the show, the falling piece of hot rock falling to earth.
I'm sure we could do something about that, yes. That sounds like a good suggestion, Mr. Fast. The falling piece of hot rock. And he kind of takes out a quill and is sort of doesn't really, but he just goes does this a fake scribble on the thing and then just...
Something which we would all love to explode.
Dewey looks at him, but he's like, they're more fiery than you.
Nothing's more fiery than me, Dewey. But he does do a pretty good song, so
Sounds like I'll be the fireman.
quite probably.
Do you
Anyway.
have fire magic yourself, Mr. Dew on the Grass?
I'm more of a, nice guy. Cool, I'm the cool one, yeah.
I like it. Very, very good. Perhaps you can combine your talents in our little show. I'm always looking for more than a double act. We could be a triple act.
I could, but I'll follow after. I'm a bit of, I put out your fires. You always need someone to end it with something less great.
The safety officer.
Yes.
You can make it rain, Dewey. At the end.
Yes, tell everyone to go home by making it rain. That sounds like a great idea.
Perhaps in turn they will make it rain on us with their plentiful of coin.
He looks at you, he's like, I like this guy, Ember.
I quite like it too.
I think we're all going to be fast friends. Isn't that right, Mr. Fast?
Dewey's like, I get it.
Well, I'm used to getting the cold shoulder by this point. Well, I suppose we should make ourselves comfortable, shouldn't we, Toby?
Yes, we should report in. I see
Yeah.
The major approaching.
Him and the Viscount are walking in step together.
Ah, Viscount, it's so good to see you again.
It's a pleasure, Pierre.
I've been spreading the stories of your brilliant exploits since we last met.
I imagine that was an easy jump.
Oh, well, I had little work to do on that front.
I assume you're all successful on your mission then, if you're all back.
Yes, we
Yeah, looks
certainly
legit.
were successful on our mission, thank you.
So you dealt with, or was it Weresheep?
Yes, the warships have been dealt with. And
Perfect.
the village of Griffon Hill is safe once more.
Well, excellent. We wrapped up everything here. You brought some fine recruits with you, and the Viscount had a little idea, which I'm more than willing to try out.
Oh no.
He's like, yes,
Aha, that might be why I'm quiet. Because I folded the thing up. Oops.
It's all right. I
I'm
just thought I'd let you know.
Thank you. I'm trying to be quiet because I'm in the kitchen as well, so I don't want to get shut up.
So Rupert is like, well, today's the 5th. We leave on the 8th. The next 2 days, we'll be training, and then packing up camp, and we'll be heading off to Fort Champion in the Stonelands. Viscount here thought in the meantime, he's like, yes, in the meantime, maybe we should get all a little bit closer with, and he sort of looks at the new people.
If we have to.
I think a bit of camaraderie and training from, he gestures to all of you, experienced corporals would really help the situation.
Joan would just like look Pierre up and down out the side of her eye and be like, I don't think anything is helping this situation.
Yes, Jilly definitely isn't sulking away in her tent. It's most un-CORMYRian.
Why is she sulking? What have you said to her?
She doesn't like so many people here. I can't work it out.
Well,
She's
yeah.
a very strange one. Poor Gilly. She's very antisocial.
I have to say, Viscount, I think Mr. Fox might be correct in this particular circumstances. I am not a supervisor or trainer. I am simply a man who does his job at the back, as they were, and not in that way.
No, Corporal Leon, we must all do our part for the grand nation of CORMYR. And he looks at Toby. You agree, yes?
Of course, for CORMYR.
And a
Excellent.
monitor. Do not forget a monitor, Toby.
And a monitor.
Pierre kind of grits his teeth and he's like, very well, let's meet these prospectual candidates.
So the Viscount, each of you, Rodri and Dewey, will be picking one of the new recruits to be under them. And maybe you can use this time to get to know them a bit, and we'll come back here within an hour and a half, and you can tell me who's on your list.
Pierre elbows Toby in the side and points to Amelie and says, maybe you'd like having her under you.
Toby physically growls in the back of his throat
How-
towards Pierre.
How loud does he say that?
Not
here?
that loud. Not
Okay,
that loud.
good.
It would be like a hand to the kind of ear thing, like when you're talking in assembly.
A beautiful analogy.
If you wish to know anything else about them, of course, you can always ask me. I've seen some of their abilities.
Major, from what pool are we picking the recruits?
Calls them up. Chad Mullins
Oh, Jesus.
goes up. He's like, "Sup, guys? I'm here. I'm Chad.
Chad fucking Mullins, bitch.
Amelie, my sister." And she walks up, folds her arms. Titus. He's like, "Hello, everyone." Rupert walks around. Clodo sort of like bumbles over, and he's like, "Greetings, everybody."
It's Vicky C.
Vicky Cla-
It wasn't meant to be Vicky C. I haven't got his voice down yet. Katia. Do you see a woman with a bow? Walk past Rodri. And Uriel.
Oh, it's Heath!
Know who Hannah's picking.
now we're all here. Maybe we can go through the recruits. Maybe you can pitch some questions to them. Is that a good idea? Yeah.
How would we decide who picks first?
Probably on seniority, yes.
maybe we should ask a few questions. I will tell you when you can pick.
Bit of a free for
Anyone
all
like
then.
fire?
Chad Mullins like, fucking love fire. Everyone else is a bit, and you hear Clodagh. It scares off the jellies.
For fuck's sake.
Toby would speak up and say, for those who are interested in fighting at the front, in protecting the woman next to you, or striking true with steel in your hand, speak up.
Amelie shouts out. She's like, I'm willing to follow whatever my brother's doing. He won't outdo me. And you hear from over here.
Definitely.
This guy shouts out. It's like, well, if you have a horse, I can be quite convincing. And you see next to him, he's got a lance lying on the floor.
Comes with his own lance.
Well, more of the supportive type of combatant. I like to occasionally get in there and strike true. Who's looking to strike true and support your allies around you?
Katia sort of steps up. She's like, I wish to show the nobles of this land what the common peasant can do.
Yes, very intense. Woo!
Isn't Titus a bard? Would he speak up?
Oh, he's like, Pierre, I was known as being quite eloquent in Griffon Hill. I don't have much combat training, but I feel like you could learn maybe a lot from you. He just like
Oh,
smiles
well.
like,
You certainly seem like a capable young lad. I'm sure we can. I'll have a ponder.
Joan would be like glaring at Katia. Because she's just like, I don't want him, but nobody else can have him. He's 12. Who here is willing to fight for the glory of a monitor?
Deathly silence.
No.
hang on, let me roll for them to see if they know who they are, who that is first.
That bodes well.
I wish
Well,
Flora were here. Flora being
has-
Joan's apprentice would be so great.
He has been a sleepy boy for a long time, so why did I put this in a really stupid place?
Wait, a monitor's been a sleepy boy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
that's why I said he was waking up at the end.
He's like an old god, right?
Oh, right. Sorry, that was me being
Dormant.
sick. I didn't realize.
Dorman?
Dormant.
Oh.
It's been kind of dormant. Isn't it?
He's
I
dormant.
am the god of doors.
That's an important god.
Why does it feel like that's going to be Kieran's next like crazy thing? Is like Orvale.
Kieran's next thing is going to be a Kuatoa apocalypse. Just you wait.
What's
Yeah.
Kumatoa?
That's the the creatures that Lewis had in his Wildmount session yesterday. The bit that I said, I think you would like.
Oh yeah.
So Amelie's heard of it because she was there. Titus sort of like meekly raises his hand slightly. Who else is there? Katia wouldn't.
Oh, what is
Clodo's like, the sun scares off the, well, it's not very kind to the okra jellies.
Jesus, who's getting stuck
Oh,
with
shit.
Clodo?
Sorry, there's another one.
That means someone's getting left out. Whoa, what?
She definitely doesn't.
The
She's
fuck?
a dwarf, and she looks quite druidic.
Oh,
I completely forgot her.
Beard!
Wait, what about that guy? Who's this guy? I didn't see him before.
Which guy?
Oh, it's not working because for fuck's sake.
You're pointing at Heath Ledger.
Yeah,
He was the one who said has a lance on the floor next to him.
Oh, she'd be like, sort of like simpering, very un-Joan like.
Ah, Heath.
R.I.P.
What would her answers have been so far?
Okay, what were the questions? Who fight for a Mormon? No.
Support
Oh.
and strike true is what Pierre said.
She would be like, nothing would stand in my way unless it was a boulder. Then I'd let it.
That's Kieran's interpretation of druidism right there.
She's got some other stuff going on.
And then Toby said about fighting from the front, protecting people, and striking with steel in your hand, which probably wouldn't appeal.
No, she'd like that. She'd hold up her axe and she'd be like, nothing stands in my way unless it's made of granite.
100% picking up. And then Ember said about fire.
She wouldn't have really responded.
Okay. So it's just Roger and Dewey that need to sell their shtick.
What's Roger? Roger would be like, if anyone has lived a life they do not want to live and wants to experience what I can teach you, and then if anyone does not feel comfortable in their own skin, then I would be interested to know. Chad Mullins would be like, well, I'm Chad. And then you see Titus sort of reacts, and he's like, I don't know what I meant to be. That's kind of why I joined. And the half-orc, he convinced me. Clodo's like, meh. And she sort of looks at Katia. Katia's like, I know what I want to be. I just need to have someone who has the strength to show me.
Tell me a little more of what you want to be.
I want to be someone who redistributes what's going on in this land. There should be no boundaries between those up high and those below. I want to learn in the army how to make everybody equal.
But the feudal system exists for a reason.
And maybe it can be shattered.
Mm.
Everyone looks a bit uncomfortable, like,
Yes, well done. Great speech, great speech.
The Viscount's like, they were handed their power by the gods. Don't try and challenge it. And she just like scowls at him. Dewey. Dewey asked.
Anyone who likes protecting their sister.
He leans over.
Be a fireman.
You hear Chad Mullins is like, I'll do anything, man.
That's the kind of worker I like. To get stuck in. He'll do anything. Anything.
Yeah, man, as long as it's cool, you know.
Yeah, as long as it's cool.
No, no.
And Dewey's like, yes, cool. He looks at Ember. Maybe that one.
She shrugs. I haven't seen anyone like fire magic yet. She steps forward. She says, well, if anyone can compete with this, and she like chucks a firebolt here, chucks a firebolt over here, over here.
Clodo steps forward. He's like, well, if you're looking for magical capabilities, well, why not have a look at this? And he shoots like a jelly out of his hand on
Oh my god.
over there.
Sake.
He's like, I can't do that much, but if there was a sorcerer here to train my powers and also to explore in the stone lands the deep jelly caves.
Maybe. I'm not sure if jelly goes with fire very well.
You're right. It doesn't. I'll say whoever Ember picks will start manifesting sorceress powers.
Okay.
Potential. Oh my god. Has Rupert said we're picking yet?
Do you want me to read out bits of their bio that might help as you're having like a little conversation across the room?
Yeah, that would help massively.
Yeah, okay. So we've got Amelie, so you've seen quite a lot of her. The sister of Rupert and Titus. She watches over Titus, ensuring his schemes don't land him in any significant trouble. She is like her brother. She is stalwart. She's very serious. She, you probably know that she is quite a capable fighter. You would have seen her sort of. You imagine with Rupert and Amelie, they look about the same age, and there might have been quite a lot of not tension, but
Sibling sparring.
Yeah, competition, sparring. So you think she's probably quite capable. Chad Mullins. Chad Mullins, believe he is savoir-faire incarnate, the coolest guy in Griffon Hill. He hustles all day in the fields, grinding out a living as a shepherd. However, he seems himself as an adventurer and will jump upon the PCs asking about his life. He'll attempt to follow them and join the Chimerian army. So this guy you were stuck with, whatever you did. Who else? We got Titus. Titus is the youngest brother of Rupert and Amelie. He's a passionate drinker, a passionate lover, and he loves gambling. It's sort of a miracle nothing bad happened to him, but maybe that's because of his sister. He calls himself a bard of Griffon Hill. I haven't seen much of that. He's particularly excited by meeting new people, and he tries to convince them to gamble against him. Who else is there? 1, 2. Right, and then the new guys. So Katia. Sprightly, young, half happy, and he feels betrayed by nobility and the noble orders in CORMYR. She is a strong supporter of revolution in the land of CORMYR and believes she should be a figurehead if she receives the appropriate training. However, she's young and penniless, and this is a reason for joining the army. She is inactively being hunted. And, oh, yeah, I forget to say, she would tell you Jilly chose her to come along.
Interesting.
Great.
Clodo is an expert in jellies, molds, and oozes. He wishes to conduct his research in the Stonelands to discover novel species. He's joined the army, which allows him to travel to this dangerous region and further his research. He is laughably unprepared for military life. He was recruited by Dewey. He's it. Do you know who I was talking about, Lewis?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then this lady over here is called Skoz. Skoz Gretelin. Skoz Brickfoot. Skoz is a middle-aged mountain dwarf from the Western Lands. He has travelled a great distance to arrive in CORMYR just to be refused entry to the Stoneland proper. Skoz worships all form of earth and rock, believing that the one true god, Mother Rock, resides in the Stonelands of CORMYR.
It's Iggy Pringles, man.
Sort of a riff on it. She has joined the army to gain access to that region, and Rupert chose her. And then you have Uriel. Uriel has joined the Grand Army so he may prove his ability equal to those of the Green Knights, who I think I told you about before. He idolizes the noble order and hopes to become as capable a horseman as the Green Knight himself. Uriel is a house of minor nobility from the south of CORMYR named Gladehap, and was noticed in the jousting list in Half Hat by Rodri. He is an expert rider and is eager to test his mettle against knights and the descendants of the Stonelands. And his last name is Uriel de Pierre-Claire, which is Ulrich von Liechtenstein, but translated into French. So, Lightstone. Yeah. So they're who you've got to choose from to become your sort of wards.
Someone's got to pick Ulrich, obviously.
God, how are we going to make this fair?
Pierre kind of stands back and he's like, well, there's so many fantastic candidates to choose from, but feel free, my friends and compatriots, to take first pick. I'll be waiting over here. And he kind of goes and sits on a log and is kind of just like he's tuning his lute. and not paying attention at all.
Rupert just casts an eye over to him. He's like, "Oh, Ember."
Ember's just staring at all of them, just kind of like with a hand on her chin, just kind of like She's like rubbing her whiskers like down, like you know what I mean.
Mhm.
Just thinking about I don't know. Anyone else have any preferences?
Rodri,
Jane.
I think I have a preference. If all of you wouldn't mind.
Yeah. Who is it?
Points her sword at Katia. If no one has any objections.
By all means.
No, go ahead.
So, Katia and Rodri start walking off to sort of be by the back and start lightly talking to each other. Chad Mullen shouts out, it's like, "Yeah, best is second."
As Rodri goes by, Ember is looking for eyes. At her eyes.
The perception check.
Stop foraging on you.
Sorry, I'm not.
They're,
I'm pouring out sugar.
they're gleaming like emeralds. You can clearly see it. Last time you saw her, you thought they were more of a dull green, but now they're sort of like shining out of her head.
Oh, something's changed. She just looks at Dewey.
I know, right?
I know. I have to ask about that later.
Yes, you did go in her tent before, didn't you? Whatever you were doing in there.
Exactly. Secret stuff, Dewey. For boys.
That's fair. I did see Otakte going as well. Is he not a boy?
Do you know? I'm not sure.
That's a good point. I never really got. I never asked.
No, I didn't ask. Guess it's just not something you think about asking.
Pierre calls over and says, "For reference, I am a man."
Okay, well, that's good to know. Thumbs up.
Viscount is like, "I am also a man."
Good to know.
He sort of like touches his fronds, like.
Toby just
Jane-
looks down at Ember and says, "What do you think?"
Well, I've been told you're a man, so.
Just nods.
Sorry, I just like the idea of Ember being like, "I told you're a man, but."
Chad Mullen steps forward. He's like, "Yeah, I'm a man too. What of it?"
I'm so tempted to choose Chad Mullins, I swear to God. There's a part of Toby's mind that's like, you know what? Enthusiasm goes a long way. You can train the rest. Can't train that mindset, though. It's either Chad or Amelie. Although, yeah, Rock Lady's super tempting as well.
Clodo speaks out. Like, "If anyone picks me, I'm willing to take them to the jelly mines."
That is a euphemism, of course.
What do you mean?
Toby would say to Rufret, "There are 5 of us and 6 recruits, Major."
Well, the Viscount is taking the last one picked. I am very, very keen to see who I get. They obviously need the most tuition, yes.
The Viscount with Chad Mullins sounds great as well, though.
Can I say now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Shout out.
Joan would sort of like look at not Pierre, Uriel under her eyelashes and be like, "I would like Uriel to take me. To take Uriel."
Uriel picks up his lance off the floor and he's like, "Lady Jonafas, was it?"
Yes, that's me.
Well, I bet you'd look even more majestic on a... Oh God, what type of horses are there?
Stallion.
Oh
No,
god, I just
I was thinking of the
cracked my
woman
egg
horse.
too hard in
Destroyer.
excitement.
A mare? Is it a mare?
Yeah, it's not a particularly grand thing
Female
to say though.
Oh, good. He's like, you'd look mighty fine on a large white stallion. You'll have to tell me more about this Mornator.
Yes, I'm sure we could come to some arrangement in which you worship me. I mean, I'm Monator.
He sort of looks at you. He's like, I think fraternization may be off the cards. And he winks over at Ruveret, and he's like, but I'm always willing to make new friends.
Oh.
We can be very friendly, yes.
Perfect. He sort of stands beside
Wait, I
you.
can't tell if he was flirting with Ruveret then.
He might be.
Maybe.
You
Yeah.
never know.
Yeah, might be. Sounds like Joan's going to be disappointed and Pierre's going to have to pick up the pieces. It's like every slushy romance novel I've ever read. Right, if I don't reply, it's because I'm whisking eggs. I
Okay.
can hear everything that's going on.
Is that a euphemism?
Yeah, that's much what Joan's about to go do, I think.
So these are the ones that are left.
Yes.
It's Ember, particular any preference, or Dewey?
I think Dewey should take his own little recruit girl. I think they work good together.
Would Ember say that to him?
Probably not though. No, just let him pick.
Dewey's sort of waiting for Ember to pick because he doesn't want to
Steal
you
hers.
know, yeah.
I don't know who to pick. I'm just kind of waiting for everyone else to pick.
You know what?
I was-
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Toby's first gut instinct. He's gonna choose Emily.
Emily walks over to Toby and she's like, I look forward to learning from you.
And Toby is particularly not making eye contact with Pierre, who I imagine is doing everything he can to wink and
Yeah,
finger gun
he's
and
100%.
everything.
He's like strumming his lute really loudly as she comes up.
Strumming my pain with his fingers.
Madame. He holds out his hand.
She was going to go kneel on the floor, like on one knee, but she sort of stops and shakes your hand. She's like, I'm willing to learn from you. I've heard about some of your exploits.
Well, now he does glance at Pierre. Don't
He is
don't
the
take
Grand Toby Legrand, after all.
don't take the stories too seriously. We'll begin training in earnest.
Yeah, he
moves heads
through.
over away from Pierre.
Yeah, she comes and stands with you. And she starts asking him about the story she's heard of the trolls.
Yeah, Toby would be very matter of fact and tell the truth of the matter.
Yeah, she'd almost respect you more, like when you're like, oh, actually, it wasn't like that.
Yeah.
Chad Mullins is like, well, he starts stretching out. He's like, just you and me, Turdis. We come as a two. And then Viscount's like, that's not how it works. And
love
Titus
him
is like,
so
yeah, Chad.
Chad is all of us in PE. I swear to God.
Yeah.
Dewey leans over to you, Ember. And he's like, well, if any thoughts? I feel like I should pick Clodo because the other candidates are probably better.
You can pick whoever you want to. I think he would work with you quite well. You know, you could freeze the jelly.
I am interested in these jelly caves he's talking about as well.
No, I'm quite interested. If there's jelly there, you have to bring me back some.
Well, I thought you'd come with me.
Oh, I could. Well, you know, if they
That's
let
it.
us.
That's even if they exist.
Oh, good point.
He looks over at him. It's like, do you think they exist?
Oh man, you know, I believe most things exist now. But,
No.
but yeah, even if they don't exist, you know, he's gonna take you to a random cave. You know, that could be interesting in itself.
it's a good point. You never know what you find in a cave. And he sort of steps forward. He's like, yes, I will take Clodo. Clay's like, and I'm looking forward to working with you, Mr. Jew. And then we can go see the purple jellies in the northwest. And it sort of goes on like that. And he sort of looks back at Ember like, what have I done?
She gives him a thumbs up.
Okay. Maybe to make it a bit easier for Ember, I'll tell her that whatever one she picks, the magic they manifest will suit their personality.
Ooh, that's cool.
Okay.
So, who knows? Who knows?
Wild magic, sorcerer. Be the best thing ever. You got stones, lady. That's not hard.
Yeah.
And Titus, the bard.
Awkward bard.
Yeah. Do you have any preference?
Viscount. Yeah. Oh.
Oh, Pierre's off on the side, like, oh, not at all, Miss Wins. I'm saving the best to last.
Oh, I see. But I'm confused.
It's
The
like,
best sword have already been taken, and then you've got the last ones. They're not usually the best ones. Man.
He gives you a wink.
I could always take Titus. He is of good CORMYR stock.
Okay.
Looks at Rufus and he's like, okay then. Chad Mullins like looks at Ember. He's like, come on, man.
Well, you did say you liked fire.
Yeah, man. I mean, who isn't? Who doesn't have fun? Scott is like, I can protect you from your enemies. We will own the rock together.
You know, she sounds pretty badass over there.
Yeah, but
What
did I tell you about my idea?
What idea?
Well, man, it's just like, you know, glasses, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So why don't you use glasses, but they were black? And he just looks around, gesturing at everyone.
I don't think you'd be able to see through them.
No.
Yeah, but
Mullen.
you would know that everyone's looking at you, and you wouldn't even have to know what their expressions are.
Fabulous idea, fabulous. Yes.
Well, I was thinking of starting a business, actually. It'd be called Black Shade.
I think I'll take,
Would it not be more catchy to call it Deadly Nightshades?
Scott walks over. She's like, "You've made a fine choice," and she like pats you, like reaches up and pats you on the shoulder.
Oh, I think so too. Even if you don't like fire, I guess we'll learn to love it. She lights up her hand.
Pierre and Chad.
Scott looks a bit more interested now. She's like,
See the spark already.
Well, it matches my hair.
Oh, that's speaking of which, you know, you try not to catch that light. You know, you'll end up with a bald patch. Don't want that.
No. Well, actually, on the top, I wouldn't mind. It's more like a stone, you know, smooth.
Oh, true.
Yes.
Smooth bits.
Maybe you should light my hair off, but keep the beard.
Well, maybe, but I think they both go pretty good together.
Thanks. We will see.
Pierre kind of gets to his feet and kind of stretches his fingers and sort of clicks them and is like, well, I suppose the best saved for last, of course, for me. What? Decisions.
Yeah, man, who you gonna pick? He looks
Yeah,
around.
well, who am I going to pick? Yeah, it's a great question. Well, I guess, well, after much deliberation...
Hey, man, I'll give you I'll give you 10% cut in Deadly Shade.
Well, as much faith as I have in Deadly Shades. He looks towards Rover. He's like, after much deliberation, I think I'm going to take myself out of the running. And I imagine Rover like shaking his head, like,
Yeah, Rupert
Like-
shakes his head, and then
Yeah.
you hear Vicomte's like, "Just because he's last doesn't mean he's shit."
well, with a great enthusiasm, I would like to offer you, Chad Mullins, the opportunity to study under the grand and the best bard you'll find in all of CORMYR, Pierre Rallyhorn.
Hey man, you know, I've hustled my whole life, and I'm ready to grind out the results.
Yes, well, I'm sure you'll be grinding and hustling all the way to the 4th champion, and I'm sure we'll make a upstanding member of the Cormyrian army of you yet.
You hear a slow, gauntleted clap from Toby over on the other side, the big grin on his face.
Or does Deadly Shades feel like the brew ponds of CORMYR?
Yeah, Deadly Shade.
And
Chad
then
Mullins would go for the high five.
If he is like he kind of like he like smoothly kind of like moves his hand up and then kind of like, instead of doing a high five, kind of takes his hand into like a kind of like a swift handshake and then moves it back, and he's kind of like looks over at Joan and then moves back this way, and he's like, I think you got the better deal.
Yeah, man. Oh wait, right.
You would say that without Chad hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, Joan would sort of like look up at Uriel through her eyelashes and be like, I certainly did. A very
Well.
capable man.
Well, if you get your hands on a few horses, maybe we can go for a ride in the Stonelands, and I can show you some of my cantering.
And Joan would be like, yeah. Ride definitely sounds good to me. It's been a long time since I went for a ride.
Have you ever watched the lists, Mr. Farce?
No, but suddenly I'm finding myself more interested in them.
Well, I'm thinking of setting up a little jousting thing when we get to 4th champion. If you could be my sponsor, I could do
Well,
it in your name.
Perhaps if you let me inspect your lance first.
Oh, my lances. And he gets out the lance. It's always quite magnificent.
And Joan just looks really disappointed. It's like, oh, yes, magnificent. Yes.
Right. So at this point, you've all got your little buddies.
Yeah.
So this comes to the part of the session when we're going to... You all level up to level 4.
Oh,
You can all pick a sidekick level for your buddy.
oh no.
You've made your bed, Lewis.
If you pick it, I will make them, and then I'll show you some point in the week, and you can ask to change whatever you want. Yeah.
Let's have a quick look at the
What are
sidekick.
the sidekick levels?
Okay.
Are
I'll
they
post it.
in the thing? Sorry. That's maybe-
No, it's in my thing.
Oh, right. Okay.
You haven't got that.
Level up. Level up.
I can't make Chad Mullins the expert one. I know it was.
Expert at being awesome.
It kind of does suit him actually, because it says the expert is a master of certain tasks or knowledge, favoring cunning over brawn. Might be a scout, musician, a librarian, a clever street kid.
Clever street kid. So I
a
put it.
wily merchant or a burglar.
I put it in D&D Beyond.
Thank you.
So Ember, you can have them manifest magic, but if you don't think that's her thing, then you don't have to.
Oh, wait, no.
Okay, I'll have a look.
Pretty good idea. What I want for Chad.
I'm just gonna get a little book so I can write stuff down.
If you give me the ability to edit, if it'll allow me to on here, I don't know. If you give me the ability to edit Chad's thing, I can make him a character sheet quickly with it, Kieran. as I pick the stuff. Oh, he's ran off.
He's gone to grab his book.
My bad.
I forgot I did fixed HP with Toby.
Oh yeah.
Fixed HP, 40 HP.
Damn it, Jones trying to make Pierre jealous.
So funny.
I don't think she is. I think she's trying to get some of Furiel.
And his magnificent lance.
Yeah.
I think she's going to be very disappointed.
I think he's got a major crush.
Why do I feel like making a meme that's just like when his lance isn't as majestic as he said?
Definitely should.
Oh, dear.
Gonna create or destroy water. That sounds great. I really need the loo.
Here's the loo. Kieran's grabbing his book.
Baking. Okay. Yep. Cool. I will. Goodbye.
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 If I'm not back, just carry on. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
You happy with your choice, Hannah?
Oh, Hannah just went BRB as well.
Oh, brilliant. Poo.
I took skill expert.
I'm taking. Oh, what the feet?
Yeah. I took
What's-
proficiency in religion to match the Monitor stuff.
Yep.
Expertise in insight,
Ooh, that's cool.
and you get a +1 ability score. So I took strength. So I've got 18 strength now.
Got +2 to charisma, so I got 18 charisma now.
Nice. It's very solid. Right, sidekick. This should be quite simple for Amelie.
Kieran.
The warrior. That'll be Amelie's.
So the idea I had with the sidekicks is
Mm-hmm.
they might each one will have a little quest, and if you do the quest, they'll become the same level sidekick you are.
Yeah, that's cool.
But they could happen at any point.
If you give me the ability to edit his character sheet stuff, Kieran, I can probably make the psychic one for him quickly. Like stuff on Roll20.
Yeah, Chad Merlin.
What stat block would you want him to start off with? Like,
Oh,
what-
actually, I found one. But actually, he's got one called Tavern Brawler.
Awesome. Tavern Brawler stat block.
I can actually put it in Roll20. It might be too good. No, I don't think it's too good.
It's meant to be I think quarter or lower, the challenge rating.
Put it in Roll20. Yeah, it's a quarter.
Yes, that's fine. Cool.
What am I doing with Emily, Kieran?
You can do it, or you can tell me what one you want to, what sidekick class you want to put her in.
Warrior, for sure.
Okay, Emily.
Where is Chad's character sheet?
Put it in Roll20.
No, I mean, can you give me the ability to edit his Roll20 character sheet?
I have, haven't I?
Can't see. Yeah, but I can't find him in the.
He's
Like, where is-
under.
Which folder is he in?
He's in CORMYR,
Oh, Griffon
Right.
Hill.
Grand Army.
Yeah, I see it now. Cool. Awesome. Thank you.
No, wait. No, I've lost it again. Ooh! Yeah, Griffon Hill.
I found it now.
Emily's a warrior. And then Uriel.
Well,
And then-
Anya went to the loo.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Oh, can I roll his HP, Kieran?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can someone roll 2d8 plus 2 for me? To
Okay,
go real
yeah.
good or real bad.
Oh, I love rolling. 2d8 plus 2. 2d8.
And scores.
Alright,
Have you had
Uh,
any ideas what you want scores to be, Ember?
That is
It's the
slightly
average.
above average, I think.
No,
Right?
it is the average.
4 point. I think
No.
the average should be 9.
No.
It says 14, the average is based on 2d8 plus 2 on this sheet, but I don't know if that's...
Isn't that 8 plus 4? No, 8 plus 6? Wait, what? Oh,
Yeah,
I do.
that's definitely not the average.
I think it's meant to be 2d8 plus 4, they've put it in wrong.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, I rolled 14. But that is one above the average, I think. And sorry, Hannah.
I'll just leave it as 14. I think that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of assume you want to pick Spellcaster, right, Hannah? For Clondo? Is that his
Yeah.
name? Did I get it wrong? Kodo.
Her
Clodo.
name.
Maybe, but I can't see the. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's Dewey.
I
Fuck.
can't see the psychic. So I don't know.
It's either Spellcaster, Expert, or Warrior.
Did I not put the I put the link in Discord?
Yeah, if
You
click on
did,
the-
but it just comes up with buy the Tasha's book.
Oh, what? You're in my campaign now. It should work. Bullshit.
What alignment is Chad Mullins, Kieran?
Chaotic neutral.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's based. Just think of it as like the classic triple, Hannah. It's either like fighter, mage, or rogue. Is basically the 3. But the rogue has like a little bit of spellcasting
mage.
as well.
9, 10, 9. Great.
Right.
Mm.
Except she wants to be all protecty though, didn't she? So maybe I don't know.
The warrior is very martial heavy. It's basically a pared down fighter.
Yeah. I wanted to have some rock spells though, you know.
Yeah, expert might be the one though, especially because she's like so focused on one thing. The expert is a master of certain tasks or knowledge, favoring cunning over brawn. It might be a scout, a musician, a librarian, a clever street kid, a wily merchant, or a burglar. Don't know.
Can
I mean,
pick.
I don't really know. I don't really mind.
Spellcaster, hedge wizard, a priest, a soothsayer, a magical performer, a person with magic in their
Soothsayer
veins.
sounds about right.
There you go.
Gains 5 proficiencies I can choose for it.
Spellcaster.
5 skills. What would Chad be good at?
Oh my god, that reminds me, Tom. We watched that Gold Member the other day, and now I know where the smoke and a pancake thing comes from.
Oh yeah.
Oh, what skill should I pick for him? I don't know.
Being
Let's
Annoying.
do performance. And this gives him 1 plus 1 to performance because he's got -1 in his charisma. Let's pick persuasion as well.
Yep.
Where else would he? 3 more. Maybe athletics, give him proficiency in. That would give him 4.
What are you going for with Uriel and Skoz? You think she's going to be a rock magic lady?
Absolutely no idea.
He does ride a horse.
Yeah, surely Uriel would be the warrior archetype.
I have no idea what you're talking about, to be totally honest with you. So
Damn it! I thought the link would work.
Sidekicks can
sure
either
that
be.
might work. But I was stirring my stuff into the brownie mix.
Oh yeah, you were. Sidekicks can either be an expert, a spellcaster, or a warrior. Expert's
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
like rogue. There you go.
Because he thinks of himself as so noble. He's so noble. He's so humble.
That's possible.
Is chocolate gluten free?
Mostly, yeah. Yeah, it would be.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm gonna mute myself again.
Right, has everyone told me what they think?
Not yet. I've not done yet. Hold on. But this thing gets Why does it get +6? The proficiency bonus is only +2. And this stat sheet is crap.
Yeah. It was just so I had it for
I'm just going to give them 4 in athletics and acrobatics for their basic proficiencies. And then I'll finally give him fucking +1 to intimidation. Right, he gets blind sight if there's any alcohol related sports. What the fuck? Okay, let's copy that. And passive perception 10.
right. Should we get going?
Yeah, I'm just making this in the background, so.
Okay. So the next few days, you will be sort of training these guys as well as packing up the camp on the morning of the 8th. Is there anything anyone would particularly want to do in this time? Talk to anyone? Anything like that?
I think so.
Is there a forge here?
There would not be a forge here, but there would be one on the wagon train.
Okay. So
So we're not.
we're
not-
then.
We're not. Yeah, we're not doing the downtime activities until the wagon train.
Yeah, he would just I imagine Toby is very much like my student needs to choose their path kind of thing. So he would be encouraging her to decide on whether she wants to be an offensive fighter or a defensive fighter. Why just like he'd be
She would definitely lean more to a defensive, like a protector type.
yeah. And he would help to foster that and teach her stuff, and I imagine him being surprisingly talkative while he's in like mentoring mode rather than normal social mode.
Yeah, and she's quite stoic anyway.
Yeah.
So I imagine there'd be a lot of I guess comfortable silences.
For sure. And he'd encourage her to pick a weapon of choice as well.
She would just go for a standard sword and board,
Oh yeah, sword and board.
not like in Lancaster.
Hey.
Right. Anything else?
Trying to think. So what we're doing now, we're just getting ready for the wagon train, basically.
Yeah, basically.
So Rodri's coming with us, right?
Yeah, Rodri. Everyone at this camp is coming with you.
Cool.
No, I don't think anything
well, Gilly's gonna
specifically before we go. There'll be stuff on the way, I imagine, but.
Mm-hmm.
Gilly's gonna try and kill everybody.
Yeah, you haven't seen Jilly, Joan. Is she someone that you talked to before?
Weird. What is she up to? Something shady.
Well, at the moment, like during this day, during the evening, she wouldn't be out of her creep. She's just sort of kind of sulking in her tent.
Why is she sulking?
I don't know.
Go and
Yes,
talk
you
to her.
do. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, she'd go and ask her.
Okay, so Jilly would be like, "Hello, Jean. Are you out there with those heathens?"
I fight to bring the glory of a monitor to their humble hearts.
I think just being out of your radiant presence, John, has left me feeling a bit depressed. Surrounded by these idiots.
And we shall fight for a monitor's glory together, no?
I heard you had some new people with you, that Darian and Adapte came through.
Yes, it has been a bit of a strange one, to be honest with you. Well, Monsieur Legrand, he was commissioned by my parents to keep me safe, and then that idiot Pierre is just along for the ride, apparently. But he can't even bear the sight of a were sheep. He He pees his pants at the sight of a were sheep, so I do not think he can handle it.
I thought I was meant to keep you safe, Joan. Why are your parents hiring people? You are fine with me.
Yes, I know, Gilly, but I think they just worry unnecessarily.
And you say this Pierre is an idiot?
Yes, the idiotest of idiots. He is a stupid big idiot, and I don't like him.
Do you not like him? Or do you like him, Joan?
Mm.
Remember back on Aleron?
What do you mean?
No, don't worry.
What are you trying to say, Gilly?
I'm just saying you have a way. You tend to be the meanest to the people who love you the most, Joan, like me.
I'm not mean to you, Gilly.
Well, sometimes I feels it, Joan.
I feels it. Well, I am very sorry for that, Gilly. I do not mean any offense by it. You know I love you and you are part of my family, of ma famille.
I love you too, Joan. Just don't get too close to those evens. They do not see a monitor as we do.
You creeping evil bitch. No, no, I will make sure that I keep my eyes peeled for danger.
It could be anywhere, Joan. Maybe that they were sent here to guard you and then kill you.
Why would my parents send them to kill me?
Maybe they're not from your parents, Joan.
Well, they had a letter that had my mother's armor.
She just like, huh.
You see, I look so fancy now. And
Yeah.
Uriel definitely noticed my fancy armor.
He was. I did pick him, Joan. I knew you would like. Actually, she didn't. No, but she's gonna lie. I did pick him, Joan. I knew you would like him.
Yeah, well, you know me, Gilly. A handsome face always pleases our monitor.
I will leave him for you, and maybe I will talk to this Pierre. Is he? If you don't like him, then maybe he is second best.
Maybe he is second best. Perhaps we should write to my parents and tell them that he is just not up to snuff.
She just smiles at that.
Why is she smiling at that? She's got to get rid of him.
I will write a note.
Thank you, Gilly. I can. And she'd like put her arm around her and be like, I can always trust you to take care of me the best.
Maybe we should sleep in the same tent tonight, Joan.
Yes, I think that is a good idea.
I do miss your presence.
Unless Uriel comes, and then you might need to make yourself scarce.
I could always sit on this outside as a tent.
That's fine, just as long as you make sure you plug your ears. You know you hate the sound.
It is disgusting, but it was what we must do to continue, yes?
Disgusting. So mean. Yes, well, we will see. We will see. But yes, for now we shall share a tent, yes?
She sort of like slightly cuddles up to you, Joan. She's like, it's much better now you're back.
Joan would like hug her and she'd be like, well, I cannot do without my Gilly, you know this.
I do. And she starts crying slightly.
Oh, Gilly, do not be upset. I'm here again, no? I am alive.
Has a monitor, is there any word from him? Or are we desolate in this land?
No, we are not desolate at all. I did see a monitor, well, I heard his voice.
What?
It is a long story, and I was bitten by a whale sheep, but he lifted the curse, and now I can turn into the Sun Falcon.
You'll have to do this at some point, Joan. It sounds... She looks like... Oh!
It's pretty epic.
I can't wait to see. Okay. So they're in a tent, snuggling.
as gal pals.
Yeah.
Sappho.
Yeah.
Pierre's like, yes, excellent form, Mr. Mullins. You keep practicing throwing those chairs.
Well, man, they say if you can lift a chair, you can lift a sword.
Yes, I'm sure a bugbear will see that the same way.
Well, man, never seen a bugbear, but I bet they're a pussy.
Yeah. When you see one, make sure to tell them that, and they usually, scare them off quite easily.
Yeah, man, I put my shade on. They wouldn't even know I'm coming. And instantly, I wouldn't know I was coming either. You know what I mean? And he he goes the high five again.
Yes, I'm sure you'll last a lifetime in this in the army. Maybe not a long lifetime, but
Well, man, wherever you go, I'll go.
Well, that makes me the happiest chap in town.
I've seen those performing bands, and they have roadies, and like maybe I could be your roadie, and you could put some of these shades on during your act.
Well, perhaps we'll think about the shades, but perhaps carrying some of my bags. That sounds doable. That sounds within your skill set. Let's see.
Hey, man, roadie, it's a proud life,
Yes, of course. I do not mean to demean you. Please, and he sort of like chucks him his and he would not give him his instruments or anything important, but he would give him his backpack full of rations and shit like that and clothes.
He'd be like, when I was in Griffon Hill, man, they called me a bag boy, but I guess now I'm a bag man.
Yeah, sure. You've really gone up in the world, Mr. Mullins.
Yeah, sold that Mullins, got a ring to it.
Yeah, well, soon, perhaps one day, you'll be Major Mullins, Major Bagman.
Hey, man, don't want to stretch it too far. I know where I'm at. Corporal be enough for Mullins. And Corporal Mullins, yeah?
Well, I'll rue the day we see Corporal Mullins.
Jesus.
God, yeah, that was death of the ears. Corporal Mullins make his way across these wonderful lands. But make sure you get packed. We don't want to be late for the old caravan.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to be sitting at the back.
Fantastic. I'll be right at the front, so you keep your eyes peeled, Mr. Mullins.
Got it, bro. I mean, Corporal, bro.
Yes. And he kind of walks off.
Okay.
I think at some point Pierre would stop next to Toby and say, well, I really got the cream of the crop in the little recruits. Jealous? You don't want to switch, do you?
The man who waits till the end of the queue cannot complain about a limited choice, Pierre.
Well, I was hoping that perhaps they'd either run off scared or perhaps given up by that point, but
This is not avant-garde, Pierre. This is the army. They like to make a point of diligence and rigidity.
From somewhere over here, you hear the Vicomte call out, it's like, what do you mean you can't fly?
it's like, yes, well, I think I prefer things in the guard to the wonderful rigidity of the army.
Yes, well, there's a reason they send people out in droves to recruit, Pierre. And guard, any mercenary outfit will likely have more to offer. This is, how would you say? This is the bottom of the barrel.
Yes, I can't quite say I ever saw myself being a trainer of the common folk, I thought Pierre Rallyhorn, I thought I was always, above such things, but alas, I must go where I am needed, I suppose.
You have a man with a lot of enthusiasm. You could put him to telling your tales, just like you enthusiastically tell mine.
Yes, well, he has got quite the wide back. He could fit quite a number of backpacks on that thing. Like a mule. Mulins, even.
Pierre, he is Don't be too harsh.
I'll go easy on the kid, don't worry. Big man, he'll be the grandest soldat in the entire army by the time I'm done with him.
Yes, well, keep your eyes on the prize. We are here to
Come on.
protect Mamzelle Farce. That is that.
I think Mademoiselle Farce has already got her eyes on the prize, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, Toby's got a
She looks
fairly...
to Uriel. Can I imagine Joan just like, ah?
Yeah, Toby's got a very high passive insight now.
Yeah, you
Yes.
see Ariel, he'd be like, well, I was like this on the horse, and then I was like, oh, but he's not actually doing anything. He's just got a big lance. He's just waving it around indiscriminately.
Joan's just ducking underneath it as he sings.
Ember, Skoz would be carrying a giant boulder during one of your training sessions.
Giant boulder.
Yeah, she'd be carrying it, and she'd put it down, and she's like, you cannot burn a rock. It is invulnerable.
I mean, I can burn it a bit, I can engrave it with some, look, watch this. And she, goes to she, heats up her hand and, a claw. She's about to claw engravings to it, but is she going to stop her?
No, she lets you carry on.
Yeah, so she's going to try and engrave something into it with a heated up claw. Break a claw.
She watches you as you do it. She's like, I have a philosophical question for you, Corporal Wins.
Yeah, what's that?
Is it better to have one big rock or many small rocks the same mass as the big rock? And she looks at you like,
Well, that is a really important question. Let me think about that, and I'll get. Wait a minute. That works with fire as well. Is it better to have multiple fires, or a really big fire?
no, you understand my quandary.
Yeah, that is a quandary. Because you can technically do more damage with more little fires, but a big fire would,
She's
do
nodding
it
along.
in one area,
I sense we have much in common. Is there,
So.
she kind of looks you up and down. Is there a reason Tabaxi has joined the CORMYR army? I am not here to be an army girl.
No, me neither, really. I mean, it's just kind of convenient because, when you join the army, you can go pretty much wherever you want, and that's kind of why I joined. There's a phoenix that I'm looking for. I don't know if Dewey might have told you already.
It's a big firebird.
Yes, it is, and it's really big, and, well, that's the reason why I can do all these fiery stuff, So...
She points, in the direction of the Stoneland. She's like, are you going to there because you think it is there?
Well, we had a lead one time. I can't remember where it is. I think it's north, right?
Yeah, it's north. Yeah, it's northwest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was a lead once, and if somebody think we saw it, not saw it, but sort of. Dewey found one of these, and she pulls out the phoenix feather.
Scott looks at it.
I know, it's impressive, right? And, well, we've got a general direction anyway.
I am also going to the Stonelands to find something. It is the Mother Rock. The rock that spawned all other rocks.
Whoa, that sounds amazing. A rock that spawns other rocks? Well, I've never seen that.
If you help me look for the rock, I will help you look for the bird.
Oh, I'll
She-
definitely keep my eyes out.
It's good to know someone else is here looking for something.
Oh, for sure. It's a big world, you know. It's bigger than I expected it to be, even
She-
from being told.
She pats the rock and she's like, "This is our bond. I will carry this rock with me wherever we go."
Oh, you must be really strong. I don't think I could even kind of lift that thing.
Well, it helps to, be one with rock. She just picks it up, but it looks like she's struggling with it. Like, "Ugh."
Well, I guess that's what training's for. Hey, is there anything special about this mother rock? You know, what am I particularly looking for?
Well, it is said to be at the heart of a mountain, hiding.
Hmm?
It does not like to be known as a mountain. Any of the mountains, and she sort of gestures far in the distance, any of those mountains could be Mother Rock. It's just camouflaged.
Oh, that'll be really hard to see then, but we'll find it.
I think it may be easier to see a firebird, but who knows?
Well, maybe. Maybe you'll get a sense for it when you get really close.
It has led me this far. I can feel it over there, burning in my heart, like your fire.
Oh, that's awesome.
I will ask Mother Rock the ultimate question. Maybe she will have an answer.
Well, maybe she will.
Okay. Anything else from anyone?
I think so.
No, I think I'm good.
There would be one point in the week if Ember was ever near Rodri's tent.
Oh yeah, she wants to go talk to Rodri.
Yeah, she would sort of gesture to Ember.
Hmm.
She's like, "It's good to see you again, Ember."
It's good to see you. How's that wound?
The wind?
Yeah,
Oh,
she got stabbed in the stomach or something, didn't she?
Oh, yes, Ruvret, he managed to sew it up a bit. It's still a bit painful, but it shouldn't be long before it's fixed.
Oh, that's good then. It doesn't feel like it's been that long. It must have healed really fast.
Well, I don't think it's fully done, but I can eat well again now.
Oh, that's
It's
good.
something.
Oh,
I remember that thing I showed you before.
I do, and I was going to say something about your eyes. They're very glowy lately.
Yes. She'd sort of like, I don't particularly want anyone else to see. I have a feeling we all watched last time, but they are gone now.
She looks around briefly.
Everyone's you can see everyone, mostly it's just you and her at the camp now. You can actually see Raziza's cooking something on the fire, but she's like like clearly not paying attention.
Okay, well, what's this thing you want to show me then? Has something happened to the thing?
It is yes. And she like opens her tent and like slips inside.
Yeah, it goes inside.
She makes sure the tent is properly sealed this time, and she's like, "Okay, you might have noticed," and she points at her eyes.
Yeah, they're really glowy.
And she pulls out her backpack and she brings out the egg again, but this time it is glowing like bright green.
Oh fuck.
Yeah, she leans forward. Her ears kind of go back a little bit as she peeks in.
Is she touching it?
She's about to.
Mm.
Can I touch it, Rodri?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, she sort of not hard, but like moves a claw across it.
So, Ember, you feel a warmth to it this time, whereas last time it was dead and cold. There seems to be something like emanating out from it.
Oh,
It feels magical as well.
definitely feels different from last time. It's definitely magically and warm.
It seems like I have started manifesting powers as well. I was going to ask, can you remember when you started? And she sort of gestures at your hands and the fire.
Mm, it was pretty soon after, to be honest. And she sits down, then sort of moves a towel across her legs. Yeah, it didn't take long. It certainly manifested in a spontaneous way.
And what about Dewey? Did his happen before or after?
His didn't really happen. He trained for his. His was
Ah.
different.
I guess he just wanted to be like you.
He kind of trained because of me.
I have read some interesting things about, well, and last time you said you thought this was a dragon's egg.
Oh yeah. You don't think.
I have read in some sources when I was back home that somehow people can manifest bonds with dragons, and maybe this is the source of my power. And I have also read, and she looks at you. I've heard that they can be birthed from in intense heat.
Yeah, her eyes go kind of wide at that. Do you want me? Have you done it already?
I've heard that. No, but I've heard stories that maybe this phoenix could be enough. If it exists, if
Well, the phoenix. I mean, I've never gone up super close, but it was. I remember its heat from high above. It would be very, very hot, I would say.
and they did say about the signal fires as well, and they said there was one at Fort Champion.
Signal fires? Have I
Well,
missed?
like how they used have you seen Lord of the Rings, right?
God, I skimmed it.
There's that bit where they signal from Gondor to they're like
Beacons!
yeah, like a beacon, like a huge fire.
Basically,
Okay.
like a massive bonfire that they light pretty high up, and then other camps off in the distance can see the fire, and they'll be like, "The beacon lit!"
Yeah,
like our
exactly.
beacon.
For why? Do we know the reason why?
Signal danger, to signal anything really. There can be loads of reasons.
Wait, there's that thing. Where is it? So, missive to Griffon Hill, is that it? No. Deployment, it says. Your assignment, they are assigned the venerable task of coordinating signal flyers from Fort Obligation to the battleground. So, what Roger would tell you if you say about signal fires is usually they throw like little things in and it makes different colors in the fire.
Okay.
So with the signal fire, they can, if you're there throwing things in, you can see the other signal fire, and then the people back at base know how well it's going.
Okay.
Yeah, but she's like, huge fires. Maybe I could roll it in there if that is even a wise thing to do.
I mean, I don't really know much about dragons, to be honest, but I do know a lot about fire. I can probably, I mean, I can probably make a big fire as well, but
I'm not sure,
control of it might not be great.
Ember. help me at some point.
start-
Get a fire big enough. I will help you find this phoenix.
Well, I could use all the help I could get with that. Hmm.
And who knows?
If that's what you want to do, hatch. You think it would hatch?
I don't know. Maybe it has to be consistent. It has to. This heat has to be intense for a long period. And the only thing I can think of is either under a phoenix or in a signal fire.
Oh, those two are very different things. The signal fire. I mean, I can make it. I can make it bigger and hotter.
True, but how much damage would we do? It need material to keep burning.
Don't need material. And she lights up her hands when it can
Mhm.
manifest.
Maybe we can try on the road.
We can if that's what you think is best. Again, I don't know much about dragons. Would that be bad?
I don't know. Maybe it would hurt me, but some things you're just so curious about, it's worth
Oh.
it.
I am super curious. And she like looks down into the bag again.
Yeah.
Has anyone else seen it yet?
No. Well, Atakte, but I don't know if I can show anyone else. Maybe Dewey.
Sneaky, sneaky.
If you trust anyone, well,
The only concern I have is if we try and do it on the road, you know. I think people might be able to see a really big fire.
it's true. Maybe when we get to Fort Champion then.
Yeah. Less suspicious, really big fire.
Yes. I'm sure we'll find an opportunity. She crawls out the tent and she's like, "Oh, that was a very nice talk."
Calls that as well. Yes, that was Rodri. A very nice talk. Good talk.
Pierre looks at Toby and is like, "Are those two a thing?"
I'm not sure what to assume with the tabaxi.
Yes, excellent point.
That was a good talk about food, and now everyone's going to try my food on the road.
It's a good. It's a good thing that Raziz is going to help you cook on the road, right, Ember?
No, exactly. You know, we're going to help each other cook the food, and
You
that's all we were talking about, guys.
I guess the halfling's in on it too.
You see Raziz's head snap back, and she's like, "Really? You're gonna?"
Every time, that without fail, that voice breaks the mic.
She grabs your hand, Ember, and like Raziza grabs your hand and leads you over to the fire, and she's like, "You can put some of this in and some of this in, and none of that's too hot."
Oh, nothing's too hot.
She looks at you. It's like, "You're right. You'll be a great sous chef." I'm head chef. Right. Is there anything else people want to do, or should we head off to the downtime on the wagon train?
Yeah, let's do the downtime.
Downtime.
So,
careful with that bag, Newlands.
Newlands.
That's what he's going to start calling him.
Jesus.
So wait, blah, blah, blah. What am I doing?
Oh, I love the picture.
I resized some of those things so many times. Like, no, it has to be perfect.
Yeah, the Pierre one fits so well. Look how Jones in the carriage.
Right. So, after a few days of training on the getting to know your new cadets or companions. Eventually, you get to the point where it's time to leave Griffon Hill, and you see lots of carts and trolleys and horses coming up from CORMYR. You'd be each assigned onto a carriage or a horse. I'm yet to decide whether whether to give you horses, but you might get some at Fort Champion, maybe. So on this wagon train, it takes a whole week to get from. I'll show you on the map. From your Griffon Hill, you are here, and you are going here.
Damn.
Fort Champion. So it is a 110-mile journey.
Jesus.
You'll be going at a slow pace because all the wagons and carts need to make sure that they've got everything on board. There's quite a lot of amenities, like there's a whole yeah. So there's a whole like blacksmith cart which is being transported to. Well, you don't know where. You assume that the wagon train's going to break up at some point, and you'll each split off, going to different forts along the Tirak River. So there are a lot of people as well. There must be at least 100, 150 people traveling with you. You've got the people from Griffon Hill. You've got people coming from inner CORMYR, from Arabelle, from Hillmarch, Slingdyke, Bossbeer. All quite fresh-faced recruits that have been rallied at the last moment for the attack. You'd see a few members who are leaders, who are like knights in the Earth Order of Earth Mother. You'd see a few purple knights. You'd see a few green knights as well, who are all very distinctive in their heraldry. You have the bright reds of the Green Knights, the earthy browns and greens of the Earth Mother, and of course the royal purple. But they're few and far between. And in this time, obviously, it's downtime, and most of you have chosen what sort of activities you'll be doing. If we want to start off, who wants to start off?
I'd like to start off.
Yeah. And I'll just remind you what the area you're traveling through looks like. So, where is it? So this is the Stonelands. Not ominous at all. So I'll give you a quick of what it's like. The Stonelands is a rocky and hilly region of the terrain north of the Stormhorns mountain range to the north of CORMYR. It was a rocky land of many valleys and hills that had a harsh beauty. It's marked with nice edged ridges, deep ravines, caverns, and overhangs. Folk of northern CORMYR feared the Stonelands as a place where all kinds of monsters poured out to harry them. From orcs, wolves and trolls, evil wizards, and even dragons. Other dangerous creatures that were known to inhabit the Stonelands: chimeras, fire lizards, goblins, hill giants, hobgoblins, hydras, ogres, and weemix. So this is the real frontier. The sort of, not many people live here. But the size of your sort of wagon train is built to sort of resist a lot of the smaller things that would normally harry you, and they're not something you particularly have to worry about during this week of downtime.
Nice.
So we'll start off with Pierre.
Yeah, so could you send the list of downtime activities, Kieran?
I can. Oh no, where did I put it? This one? There?
Yeah, and can I see the downtime PDF as well?
I thought you had it.
I probably can't find it. Hold on.
I'll put it in Discord anyway. For everybody.
Yeah,
You're not meant to read it, gosh. Yeah.
True.
Downtime expanded, there it is.
Well, in that case, we've got 1 week, right?
Yeah.
So how long do each of these activities take? I assume they take about 1
If you
week.
want to complete it, a week.
Okay. So we pick one of these.
I thought you already picked.
Yeah, I think I have chosen from before, so I'm gonna pick sowing rumors. And Pierre is going to try, and throughout the entire wagon train of various different people, he's basically going to be trying to big up the name of Toby, but also I think Joan and Ember as well. He's kind of trying to impress the new corporals, but also big up their name amongst the maybe various different soldiers of rank and throughout the troop.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So Pierre, you have to pay 6 gold for it to cover the expenses of drinks, social appearances, and that sort of stuff. 1 for each day, and the size of this wagon train, 6 days.
6 goals per day, yeah?
1 gold per day.
1
for
gold per
6
day.
days. Yeah.
Okay. Cool, that is 6 gold gone.
Is there anyone in the troop of all the characters you met at the camp that he'd particularly be trying to hit it hard to?
Have a quick look. Trying to think of particular. I think like all the new recruits, definitely.
Okay.
I think maybe less so on like the big higher up people because they're probably gonna just turn to go away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think like maybe like all the new recruits and then maybe like people who are lower rank than him, definitely, and anyone who's like the cook, halfling girl, and stuff like that.
Yeah. So I've made seeing as it's going to focus on Toby, and it says that if you're successful, this little community. So I'm going to count it as the fort's community.
Yeah.
Will view Toby in a different way. So at the moment, I've got a little table which has the camp's opinion of Toby can go from legendary, heroic, upstanding, friendly, neutral, unfriendly, despicable, deviant, and avatar of sin. He is currently at neutral. So if you're successful, it will go up to friendly. And with some of the one of the complications, it can go down.
Okay, interesting. So what do I roll?
So during this week, talking to everyone, trying to spread it, it's at the end of the time spent sewing Runa, the character must make a charisma, deception, or persuasion check.
Equally good. I think he's not deceiving anyone, really. He's being sometimes a bit exaggerating, but he's not trying to deceive anyone, so I will use persuasion.
Okay.
And he got 25, baby.
So, yep. So, with but is there anyone he'd particularly concentrate on in this time, or you think would be very susceptible to the rumors?
I want Amelie to be susceptible.
God damn
it. So when you're telling Amelie, or she's overhearing it, you don't notice a big shift straight away, but you would realize that she's starting to believe the rumors that you're telling her more than what Toby says, and she just thinks he's being really, really humble. And
great.
You'd notice, Toby, that she wants to sort of do more menial tasks for you. She wants to pick them up for you.
I think on top of that, he would probably try and sell Ember's recruit to her, and also Dewey. He's going to try and big Ember up to both of them in particular, and maybe also the cooking girl, the halfling girl.
Wait, so he's bigging him up to Amelie.
So he's bigging up Toby to Amelie. He's bigging up Ember to Dewey.
Oh right, yeah.
Dewey my brain. Dewey, the halfling girl I can't remember the name of, and the dwarf lady as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's probably going to try and big up Joan to. Who did he pick up Joan to? I don't think he wants to build up Joan to Uriel.
Yeah.
He's going to try and big up Joan to actually like Rouvray and Chevrolet, like as probably the main one.
Yeah, the commander. So, would you have any? Would there sort of be any examples that you'd want to role play that would be particularly like?
I need to roleplay them out, but
Okay.
Pierre would tell like exaggerated tales of Toby, some of Toby's exploits into the Stonelands as part of the avant-garde. Maybe fighting like trolls, maybe if he's fought them,
he's friendly with the trolls, so.
What ones has he fought? I actually don't know.
He's friendly with the giants, not the trolls.
Oh
Yeah.
fuck! Yeah, trolls. That works then.
Yeah.
But I imagine maybe because trolls are pretty dangerous. So
would there be one prevailing rumor of his like skill, like that everyone might talk about within the camp?
I think maybe his the fact that he can grow to the size of a giant and slay any enemy of giant size. So he'd be like, "Fear not, and stand in his shadow. Toby Legrand will protect you."
Yeah, and I think after that, Amelie especially would be taking up the sort of stalwart protector role a hell of a lot more than you realised at first, Toby.
Yeah. I don't think Toby would massively cotton onto it. I think he'd just think this is her way of learning and appreciating the tutoring and such.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think with Ember, he would probably try and big up how incredible her fire magic was in the fights against the were-sheep. Even though I don't think she got a huge chance to use that many of them, but he's going to big them up anyway and just say that she's.
So I'm going to say that the whole camp now is kind of anticipating a show of Ember's magical prowess.
Mm-hmm. And then for Joan, I think he's going to talk up her leadership skills and stuff like this.
Yeah, and Ruther, as you would say it, well, he'd hear it. He would be commenting to random people. You'd hear it. That he's glad that he chose her to be the leader on the first sort of mission.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let me just write this down so I don't forget it. Emily idolizes Toby. Camp is expecting.
If I can only pick one person, the camp shifts their thing. Then I would pick Toby. By the way.
Well, how I'm doing it is, you can have little effects on everyone else, but Toby's the main thing. That's why I have that big table for Toby, and he is now friendly. So everyone is going to be very jovial around Toby now, trying to help him out.
Amazing.
So from Ember, Ruveret, respect for Joan has improved.
I don't know if Anya's mic's fucked up, by the way, because on Discord it's just like constantly got the sounding icon.
Oh, I might not be plugged in properly.
I
Can you hear me? I'm just just clearing up after myself.
That's okay. I just wondered if Discord had broken, because sometimes it's shit.
I don't know. I wasn't muted on Discord, but I did have my mic muted, so I don't know if it's that.
Fine. If you weren't saying anything, then that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Can you roll for the complication table as well?
Yeah.
So we're going to say do a D10, and if it's a 1, then there's a complication.
Whew, 3.
No complications this time.
Nice.
Okay. Right. Anyone else for their downtime?
I'll go if no one else wants to, but happy for Joan or Ember to go.
Go ahead.
So I seem to remember
Mm-hmm.
that I was thinking of researching lore with Toby,
Mm-hmm.
which is cool.
Yeah.
But I'm also now kind of tempted to craft a mundane item using the
Okay.
forge, because it would be cool to make Emily her longsword as a memorial to not memorial, as a souvenir of their training.
Okay. Let me just try and find that. So the sort of blacksmithery on the journey wouldn't be amazing, obviously because it's had to be casted around. They have to rebuild the fire occasionally.
Yep.
But it's there because obviously the army needs maintenance on this journey.
Yep.
So character needs raw materials worth half of the item's selling cost. So what's he making her? A longsword?
Longsword. I'll look it up.
And for each day he's spending on it, okay, you craft 10 GP's worth of non-magical items and spend half that in materials.
It costs 15 GP.
Okay, so he could probably bang that out pretty quickly.
Okay. Then, yeah, he'd do that, and then in the rest of the time he'd research lore, if that's possible.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't take him any time at all.
Cool.
Yeah, I'd say you can do that in a day, and then you have the other 6 days for researching lore.
So, do I remove the 15 GP from my... Or was it more than that?
Well, we had to work on it one day. Wait, hang on. Addition for each day. Okay, it's just half the cost then.
So 7 and 5 silver. Cool.
And then researching lore, right?
Yeah, what do I do for researching lore?
Well, first thing, you have to tell me what he's trying to research.
Yeah, so... What are we aware of anything about our mission going forward, like as we leave?
You know that Ruveret said he's probably going to use you lot as like his eyes and arm. So if there's anything he needs done, anyone in the camp needs it to go out into the Stonelands, you're probably going to be the people who get sent.
Okay. I think he would then be looking for lore in the local area around Fort Champion. Flora, fauna, useful things to know.
What, like landmarks as well?
Landmarks, yeah, definitely. If there's like kind of like a map study where you can see good places to hide, cave formations or valleys versus ridges, that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. So because you haven't got like access to a library and everything, I'm just gonna have it so you're collecting this information from other people.
Yep.
In the in like throughout the wagon train.
That makes total sense.
Which means I'm gonna lower the cost to 50 GP.
Okey-doke.
But you can spend additional 50 GP to increase your roll by 1.
No. But I have removed 50 GP.
Okay. So, seeing this is probably going to be based on talking to people instead.
Oh no.
Well, you can either do one based on your... Wait, what's this? What's it based on? Bribes, gifts, and other expenses. I see. So yeah. Determine. Do you just roll?
Look,
I think you just roll.
Straight D20.
Well, oh wait, I might be being dumb.
I would also ask whether Pierre's
Oh,
thing helps me
intelligence.
at all, because he's made people friendly to me.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, it's an intelligence check,
Okay.
and I'll give you a plus. Well, actually, I've got a modifier table on your thing. So friendly +1.
Sweet.
So yeah, do you have a +1?
Sweet, sweet. So +1 to this. Oh, wow. So 19.
So you get 2 pieces of lore. Nice.
Ooh.
Right. Okay. Let me have a look in my little folder. So anything around. Come on. Right. Okay. One person would tell you that there is. I'll move over to the map.
Mm-hmm. Tom is never going to remember this, but yeah.
I'll mark it on the map.
Thank you.
So, someone would tell you that quite like a long, about 100, 200 years ago, there, during sort of, it was during the Goblin Wars.
Mm-hmm.
Here, you see that? It says ruined wizard tower.
Yeah.
That an old wizard's tower has been overrun by goblinoids since the visit of Strom Silverhand. Strom Silverhand was a chosen of Mistra.
Okay.
People tell you that it's rumored that there are magical treasures stored in the upper portion of the squat bastion. So people think this area is one particularly good for if you want to go loot, like if you want to go looting, if you want to reclaim some of the treasures of the past, like if a chosen mistress been there, it's probably got something. They would tell you there are rumors that there have been goblinoid tribes hanging around that area, and some people seem to think it might be guarded.
Cool.
And then another piece of lore is that throughout the whole area, there have been a lot of raids by the like wagon trains going in between Fort Balance, Fort Obligation. They've been raided by a number of different, but similar but different tribes. People don't really. You can work out from the different stories that they must be 2 distinct tribes. One is of the Spleen Eaters, who are these gigantic orcs, who apparently come somewhere from near the south. There's tales of them being like far more muscled than the usual orc. You think, and that they. Some people think they might have been given their giant size, been blessed it by a god, but they're unsure.
Okay.
They're somewhere down here. You're not really sure where, but there is another tribe that seems to be hitting like a lot of weapon shipments, and they are, from what people have seen, they're goblins riding walks.
motherfuckers.
And they seem to be operating somewhere out of the north. So they're sort of 2 big dangers that he'd be very aware of at this point.
Got it.
Nice. So I can expand on, because that was quite a good roll.
That's pretty damn good already.
Okay, yeah. If you're happy with that, then that's fine.
Yeah, got it in the journal. We're 1,000,000% going to that wizard tower.
Yeah.
Sweet loot, sweet loot.
There's a lot of loot there. Right. Who's up next? Oh wait, you have to roll for a complication.
Oh yeah. I was gonna. say, should I roll for the sword and for the thing? And
Don't roll for the sword. I think that's fair enough. One
You
day.
sure? Even with the
Yeah.
the bouncy carriage and stuff.
No, I think it's fine. It's only a simple longsword. No, so you're fine. You don't get in. While you think that some of the information they told you could be a bunch of bullshit, you're pretty sure that the core beliefs that they're telling you, like enough people have heard it that you're like, well, some people have been here before.
Yeah. makes
Like even
sense.
if not everything's true, probably quite a lot of it is.
Yeah, there's enough there to go on with. Yeah.
Yeah, and you definitely get the location of the wizard's tower.
Sweet.
Who's next?
Ember. It's
Yeah.
gonna be cooking for everybody.
Oh yeah. So she would during the cooking, she would be under the wing of Raziz. So let me just find the cooking. I actually wrote a little thing for this. So it's just loading. So Ember, you and Rosisa are preparing a banquet for the end of the week. So you're spending most of the day making Rosisa's teaching you the recipes and you're trying it out on different people along the wagon train. So you get to practice your skills, make it. But there's a big event when you arrive at Fort Champion, which is like the big result.
So Ember is purposely making everything slightly burnt and then burning it even more. So every bit of meat she makes is very burnt, and every vegetable she makes is extra burnt because she doesn't really eat vegetables that often. So she doesn't really know how they're supposed to be eaten that much. And meat, she just likes it extra burnt, and she wants everybody else to like it. So she's gonna try and encourage everyone to at least try it. You know.
Okay. So let me just get to cooking. So, I think Rosisa would be probably getting a bit like, no, you do it like this, Ember, and then it's just like, and she's like, well, and she's very she's making it clear when she's going around. She's like, Ember made this, but I made this.
Yeah, but you got to try this one though. This one's the best one. Look at how black it is. That's how you want it, you know.
She'd look at it and be like, take a bit. It's like, oh, it's so tasty. Everyone have a try. Everyone have a try now. Would anyone try Ember's cooking from the PCs?
Yeah, Pierre would.
Yeah, Toby would.
So first, Ember, can you do an intelligence check with the cooking tools? And this will just sort of determine how the banquet goes and across the whole week. So, actually, Ember, like, there are a lot of people who are like, but some of your dishes are actually beautiful, like the one you showed me earlier in the week.
Oh, yeah.
So, you're paid. Like, people, as they give you food, they, like, toss you a few coins, and you get 75 gold pieces overall. As people are really... I'll write this down. People are catching on. I mean, not everyone. There's definitely a few people who just, like, refuse to try it at this point. But some of the dishes you have made, even Raziz is like, I didn't expect it to taste so good!
Well, you know, you got to try new stuff, and, well... This is just a bit. You know, I'm surprised that people like it so much. You know, I couldn't get even half of my clan to like my food.
I know, it's a real surprise. I mean, I was reluctant at first, but, well, you know.
Well, I'm glad you like it. And well, you know, occasionally, I know I burnt a lot of pots, and I know I burnt a lot of pans, but hey, this is worth it, right?
Well, it's not me paying for the member, so I don't mind. I mean, sometimes it is a bit, you know, it's a bit much when you spend your whole life cooking and everyone likes your food more than mine, but I suppose you got to share.
Well, no, because you taught me how to do, like, the vegetables.
Oh yeah, that's true. I did.
I definitely did not know how to cook vegetables.
I mean,
Those were vegetables.
Well, I think so.
okay. And can you roll for the complication? And Ember, because it's
Mhm.
her complications percentage is actually quite a bit higher.
Yeah.
So we'll
What am
see.
I rolling? A D10.
A D10. But this time there aren't any complications to your cooking. You see some people. You think the people who probably would cause a big fuss, they just haven't tried it. It's a lot of the sort of other people, but who has tried it really likes it, and you're like, well, maybe I'm getting somewhere with this cooking for humans business.
Yeah.
It's gonna, yeah. And Skoz, I think she would particularly like the food as well.
Oh yeah, perfect.
She'd be like, it tastes like rocks. I love it.
Well, perfect then.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry about scorching your hair a little bit there, though. During the cooking.
I think when we get to the camp, you should take it all off. Except the beard.
I don't know. It looks so pretty at the back, though.
I want to be more in my natural form, though. I need more of these crunchy carrots to train my teeth to be as hard as the stone.
Okay. Well, I could definitely make you some more crunchy carrots.
Please. And maybe more singed potatoes.
Oh, many more.
Seems you've got quite the talent in the kitchen and on the battlefield, Miss Wins.
I know. Can you see how useful fire is and heat?
Yeah, very useful indeed. And I have to say, these singed potatoes are. And he sort of bites into them as in he's like, actually quite good.
Well, thank you. I did. I did try.
And he sort of points to Toby and he says, look, even Mr. Legrand is enjoying it. And, he couldn't tell you if a good bit of meat was either a bit of prime steak or from a pig's behind.
Well, I don't
See
know if that's a
Toby
good thing
smile
or not,
with
but...
bits of burnt food in his teeth.
I'm glad you guys like it. I'll definitely be making some more.
You see, Chad Mullins, he's like, yeah, man, just like Mama used to make. And he, like, crunches down into this hunk of meat, and he's like, yeah.
Don't
Hey,
drop those
Joe.
backpacks, Mulins.
You got it, boss.
He's learning
Joe.
fast.
What do you think about them, Joan? Do you like my meat, my dish?
Joan is just like laboredly crunching, like yes. Despite the work out for the jaw, I'm finding it very delicious.
Oh, I'm glad. Oh, and she goes. Ember's gonna go sit down and just stare at her work.
Oh, it's so cute.
Ember's so pure.
I love Ember.
Okay. Joan, it's time for you to choose what downtime activity Joan would like to do. I'll show you the thing again. There you go.
Yeah, did Toby choose 2?
Well, one of them took so little time, it wasn't really practical for him to do it.
Okay. It's just because I'm torn between family and romance seeking and performing sacred rites, because I feel like that she would do that anyway.
But she has Uriel around, doesn't she?
Yeah, exactly.
Though I will say, doing the sacred rites will mechanically could get her more followers.
Yeah, she'd be a good girl, and she'd go for the performing sacred rites.
Okay, I will find that.
But Uriel is Lance.
I know, but I think she's just like, a monitor would not like him.
Could even make him like it.
Exactly. Get him on side.
So, let me have a look here. Right. Okay. So, who would there be any particular people Joan would be targeting?
Probably Uriel. She would definitely be trying to get him on side.
Yeah.
And probably also unconsciously Pierre. And because Toby would already be on side. And other than that, no, I don't think so.
Okay. So they're like her primary targets.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there anything she would do in particular to try and convince people? Like, would she have like a motto or
No, not necessarily. I'm not really sure how Monitor worshippers would worship a Monitor.
I think Joan has been doing a good job of pounding on about him. He is the god of light, the god of like bureaucracy as well, I think. So I can imagine his sermons being quite boring. So do you think she'd like round people up and like, come on everybody?
She'd probably just like go around everybody and be like, so a Monitor, and then as soon as that person blows off, she'd be like, so a Monitor.
So sort of like a door-to-door caller for a Monitor.
Pierre would 100% be following. Pierre would 100% be following her around and kind of like amused at the different reactions that people are getting. So
Yeah.
So if she's doing this, just do a religion check. This isn't in the actual rules, but I want to see like if she actually like how well she convinces people.
21.
Okay, it's quite a lot. I'm gonna roll a d. I'm gonna roll a d6.
Ooh.
Fuck. I'm gonna say she picks up 6 followers.
Oh, sweet.
6 followers. And I'm going to say, because you said Uriel, it's going to be 5 plus Uriel. So Uriel is definitely coming round to it. He's like, Joan, if you get me a symbol, I can wear it on my armor of Monitor as I joust for you in his and your name.
Of course. I have one right here with me, and she just like pull it out of her like inside her breastplate.
He would have his like his sort of shirt wide open. He'd like pin it on it, and he's like, "Oh, it looks. I look more radiant already, Joan. It lights up your features."
Joan would like put a finger out and like tentatively stroke it and be like, "Oh, yes, it looks wonderful."
Well, maybe we should make some challenges in the lists where we can show a Monitor's great power as I ride it down like a divine flame straight through.
Yes, that sounds good to me.
And I'll come up after and I'll ask for your hand and I'll give a supple kiss on it, and everyone will know I did it in your glory and a Monitor's glory.
Joan's like biting her lip and be like, oh, that is good to know. Is Pierre still following her at this point?
definitely, and he's kind of
Curious
like,
as to what his reaction is.
Skulking.
he would be kind of I'm not sure exactly what he would say, but he'd probably I'm not sure exactly what he'd say, but he would say something along the lines of to someone else nearby and say, "This Uriel sure likes to try extra hard for Mr. Fast, doesn't he?"
Would Ariel hear it?
It would be out of earshot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's he saying it to?
Maybe to Toby. I imagine Toby being fairly nearby Joan at all times.
Toby would be smiling at that. He'd be like, yes, well, I hear that if a man is interested in a woman or has any stake at all, then, apparently an honest expression of that is often better than, skulking around and poking fun and turning people into sheep.
Okay. That's a silly statement. What are you talking about, Toby?
Just
What are you trying to
smile.
imply?
Nothing, simply observing the human intricacies of love.
He kind of squints at him and he's like, "Don't say that word in my name.
Neither. I
I'm
don't
a
know
free
if it-
spirit."
Sorry, I don't know about you, but I don't feel like it's love yet. I feel like they're just like, you're really hot. They just need to like hate fuck.
Yeah, Toby's
would-
just having his fun. He's poking
Uh,
fun.
Uri will be like, What is the flower of a Monitor, Joan? I could make a garland and crown you with it after I win in our name."
What is it? I don't know.
I don't know. I'm asking you just to see what you come up with.
There's an obvious one.
Did you say the flower of a monitor?
Yeah.
Yep, just a second. I think there was one when I looked it up.
Oh, was it?
Oh. I was going to say
Um,
fucking sunflower.
Flower. Favoured plants: golden lilies, sunflowers, and yellow-eyed daisies.
Oh.
Which one would she say? Or would she say all of them?
Probably say the golden lilies.
Well, if I can find any, I'd be sure to decorate your head is fit for a crown, Joan.
Yeah, good luck finding those in the Stonelands, fancy
Yeah.
boy.
Okay. So, you have to roll a d10, Joan, to see if there's any complications of you harassing everyone.
Sorry, I was just getting my brownies out the oven, but I was listening. 10.
Yep.
7.
Okay, so even though a few people don't want to listen, no one particularly takes a bad word to say against you. Everyone's pretty happy. You've got a few more followers who are starting to crowd around you at certain moments and much more likely to listen to your sermons.
Sweet.
So,
I think Pierre would come up at some point during the sermons and maybe after Uriel has kind of parted, and he would just say, I have to say, Joan, that the sermons to this Monitor, it's all very interesting. I like the part about the sun and, the other bits as well.
Yes, I imagined the intricacies would go over your head.
Well, nothing goes over my head. And all these people around as well. It seems that you've got quite the following.
Yes, it is not hard to gain people in a Monitor's name.
And I was speaking to the Major, Chevrolet. He was saying what a fantastic decision after I told him of your exploits to put you in charge of the previous team.
Joan would just give him a hard look and be like, "No one likes a creep, Toby."
Toby?
Oh no, Pierre. Sorry, it's getting really confusing.
And he says, "Well, I am know what I not wanted, but I will bid you adieu."
Unless you have anything you'd like to ask me about a Monitor.
Well, what sort of things does a Monitor worshippers do in their spare time? When you're not worshipping the sun, what are you doing?
I have my own personal pursuits, and she'd like look over to Uriel.
Yes, I'm sure that Sir Uriel will. He seems like a strapping young chappie. I'm sure a Monitor will approve of your communion.
Yes, I'm not sure Monitor would approve with communion with anyone, but hopefully he will make an exception for Uriel.
I really should not be pursuing anything.
Well, who could resist the figure and vigor of such a youthful specimen as Uriel himself? And I'm sure that lance, he can put it to work, you know.
Joan would
I've
look
heard.
at Pierre quite openly and honestly and be like, "Do you really think so?"
Well, if the rumors are true.
Well,
Supposedly he's won many a joust.
I do not think a monitor would be very pleased about it.
No, does the monitor not approve of jousting?
No, you know what I mean, Pierre.
Oh, please tell me. I'm completely clueless. You know what you say, everything goes over my head.
Nothing could go over your head, Pierre. It is too big. But she'd like give him like a little like shoulder bump at that. No, I mean this because I quite like Uriel. He is very handsome, and I do not think I am a cleric. I worship a monitor. I am not supposed to be interested in matters of the flesh.
Well, you know what they say. You cannot deny your own humanity. It is a natural desire, and I'm sure a monitor would understand. After all, he is he gave birth to Lathander. What I've read, something to do with a monitor. Not sure quite, but he likes birth and all that lot. I'm sure they'd have a similar interest. So. The sun.
Anything about birth, Pierre. I am not interested in that, thank you.
Well, all I'm saying is, there's always time for love on the battlefield, and also in your sermons. As fascinating as they are.
Do you not think he is perhaps a bit too full of himself? I think he is more in love with himself than he will ever be with another person.
Well, to me, he looks like he is more than willing to prove himself in the joust in your name, and a monitor's name, if that symbol's anything to go by.
Well, yes, I suppose so. Well, yes, you'll have to wish me luck.
Well, I'll be keeping a keen eye, and I'm as you'll know with Toby, I'm quite good with the song. Perhaps I can put something together, and in a short amount of time, I'm sure he'll be singing your name from the rooftops.
Greeting.
I certainly hope so. But I do actually write my own poetry. Perhaps you could have a look at it sometime, and you could see if any of it is worth setting to music.
Oh, I did not. Pierre looks sort of genuinely shocked, and he's like, I did not realize you had the heart of a poet underneath that thick armor. Yes, of course. I am always willing to look at another artist's art.
Very well. Perhaps I will show you sometime.
Yes, I would. I'd be very interested. It's not all about a monitor, is it?
No, all of the feelings that I deny for a monitor have to go somewhere, Pierre.
Oh, of course, yes. A monitor gets the lion's share, as they say.
Unfortunately.
Well,
But that is, I think, part of being a cleric, that you deny the things that you really want in the name of your god.
well, I'm sure, like I said, you should take an occasional sabbatical, let's say, a moment to let your hair down. There's nothing wrong with living a life of freedom. And he kind of flicks up a coin in his hand and sort of catches it in the other, and then uses it to strum the back of his lute on his back. And he says, "Nothing wrong with a bit of money and music in your life."
Yes, I suppose you are right.
Yeah, and he says, "Well, I better catch up with Toby. He's did you hear? He's there's grand exploits. I've the word's getting around, and Toby's becoming quite the popular figure within the camp, it turns out. I don't know who's to blame, but
I heard that he went up to the king of CORMYR and punched him in the face. Is that just a rumor?
well, here, Toby, he's always getting up to different exploits. I think he's a man you do not want to insult, but he's also, I heard a follow-up that the king quite appreciated that punch, and they had a little scuffle themselves, a friendly brawl, and turns out that Toby is in fact now a personal friend to the king.
We will just say the king is an 84-year-old man.
In
I
his
was
younger
trying
days,
to
of
think of
course.
some kind of thing that rumors would fly with, but no, you've really just gone there.
Yeah.
That's the thing with rumors; they get out of hand.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And you see Pierre kind of trot off ahead, and the next person, he's like, "Did you know Toby was actually a friend of the king?"
You must be shitting me.
By the way, I imagine throughout this entire conversation that
Chad
with
Mullins
Joan,
is there,
that
like,
Chad Mullins is behind with the backpacks, like really struggling, like getting that big, like when you get really tired out and you're like,
Yeah, it's like that time we carried that 18-pack of beer and yours went everywhere. Right. So towards the end of the week, the wagon train starts to be splitting up. You're doing your own little things. You say goodbye to some of the friends that you made on the wagon train, but maybe we'll see them again one day. All the people from Griffon Hill, though, they're still heading in the direction of Fort Champion. And in the distance, you can see what looks like a reddish stone tower, which you seem to be ambling towards. It looks something like this.
Ooh, did you make this?
Yeah.
Dude!
Oh my god, this looks fucking awesome.
This looks incredible!
Well, I sort of made this, but I made something else. So you can see that there's a wooden... This place... I don't know what your characters were expecting Fort Champion to be like. But...
Yeah, not this! Lewis wasn't expecting this.
What? So you can see a central reddish brick tower, which looks a lot older than the rest of the camp. Everything else seems to be like shabbily made of wood with a wooden palisade. But the middle tower is impressive. It is at least 4 or 5 stories tall.
Pierre goes up to Toby and Ember and he's like, "We've gone the wrong way. I think we've been turned around. I think this is Griffon Hill."
Does Toby know of the forts? Has he been around the forts before?
I think Toby would have been. I'll move you over to the map quickly. Toby would have been to Guark, which is like the main encampment.
Yeah.
And Guark is like pretty big. It's got quite a few proper stone buildings. So it's like the main settlement.
Yeah.
He might have been to Fort Obligation, which is up here, which is it's still substantial.
Yeah.
It's still more than this. So as you see yourself approaching it,
yeah, Toby would have a very stoic frown on his forehead, and he'd just be like, "It's fine. Our fort is not the strength of our fort is not in its walls, but in the soldiers manning it."
Emily would be like, "Yes, you're right, Toby. I'm sure we can defend this well." And you see the Viscount is like, "A beautiful thought for a beautiful contingent." Yes.
I wasn't expecting so much wood.
You get Rodri next to you, Ember, and she's like, "On second thought, maybe we shouldn't start a giant fire."
Oh, that's a good point.
Dewey's like, "They have better places than this at home.
Me too.
Griffon Hill was better than this."
Fort Champion, they should call it Fort Commoner.
Rupert overhit. Like, there's a general like murmur going. He's like, "All right, everyone, calm down. It's not that bad, and it's my first proper command. So let's not go too crazy about it."
Of course, Major. Of course. I'm sure this is.
It's
Go on
supposed to
ahead.
be strong.
It is. You see, Rupert. He's sort of gathered you all around. It is the people. It's like Monsieur Le Brûlé says. It's the people who make a fort, not. Looks around at the palisade, not the walls.
They did.
Yes, not wood and stone, but blood and bone. Yes.
I mean, I could probably burn down this wall in like 2 seconds.
I do not doubt it, Miss Wins.
The tower looks impressive.
Does it?
Rupert, it's like it was built over 800 years ago. It is one of the first proper fortifications built in this land. I just wasn't expecting. He looks at the wall. Even he seems shocked.
Major, I'm sure that 800 years ago it was quite the sturdy fort.
Someone seems to have stolen all the stone in there. 800 years.
Please tell me you use that stone to build a tavern.
All right. So let's everyone let's get inside. He sort of holds up his hand.
Pierre would turn to Joe and say, "The Monitor's plan is it's quite harsh, yes."
Yes, a monitor is certainly laughing at us today.
Hang on. I would just get a few people ready. Oh, where do I put him? Okay, so can you put your tokens? Hang on. Here.
Fuck, the map's way bigger than I thought it was.
I
I was
can't
like,
see
"This is a
anything.
small map."
Over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you can't see anything. Shit. Why can't you see anything? Can
think
other people see
daylight.
stuff?
I
Yeah.
can't, only because I got dark vision.
No. So I can see it. Where the ping is.
Oh, here.
Got it. Here. Ah, Gilly. Hurrah.
Okay. So you can everyone's sort of walking towards the gate. You can, but the wall is probably 15 feet tall.
I think,
So it's quite a big wall.
Okay.
I think Pierre would go up to Clodo,
Yeah.
like walking alongside him as they're walking up, and he says, "Where was that jelly cave again? I think we might need to go there instead."
The jelly cave is. He pulls out a map.
And it's like Pierre kind of like stops walking and just lets him continue walking.
he keeps
Back
talking.
on
The
the
jelly
stick.
cave is about 20 miles to the west of here. Yes, I'm looking forward to finding some nice yellow ochres, and he just keeps going.
This is my backup character.
Um,
I want to be an understudy of Clodo.
Right, and then Rupert gets to the gate with the Vicomte. He's like, "Everyone, wait here. Pierre, Toby, Ember, Joan." Sort of gestures you to come forward.
Wait there, Mulins.
Yeah, got it, boss. You see him, he goes to put the bag down. And the gate before you.
Dragon. Move me over.
Oh, yeah, I have. The gate before you starts to creak open. And you can see 3 figures coming towards you.
Interesting.
Rupert is like, "Hail, my name is Vincent Messier. I am the quartermaster awful champion. We have been graciously expecting your arrival. And Ruveret gives him a little salute, and so does the Viscount. This is my blacksmith, Gwendoline Kleber, and gestures to her. She's like, "You're right." And she's like a sturdy, ginger-haired woman. She's quite short, but she looks like heavily muscle-bound. And he also gestures to this guy who's a half-elf. He looks very light on his feet. He's got a bow on his back. He's got a very serious expression. And if you looked hard enough, you'd see some very, very light, flesh-coloured tattoos on his face. And he's like, "Greetings." And Ruveret's like, "Yes, this is Viscount de Puer." And he's like, "It is an honor to meet you." And he gestures back, "Corporal Pierre Rallyhorn." Corporal,
It is a pleasure. He bows.
Corporal Toby Lebleuet.
Messieurs, Madame.
Corporal Jonavas and Corporal Winds.
Why do I imagine him as like,
You're not-
hello?
Hello.
So, let me see. So, yeah. I guess we should get you to show you around the camp. It is where you're garrisoned after all. Briefer, sort of like, yes. He's like, "Come on. It is a grand camp, yes?"
Oh, very grand.
It's a camp.
You noticed the problems here as well, yes?
What problems? What problems? She looking around.
Points. The mess hall does not have a wall. The bathhouse is collapsing.
Okay, yeah, I did notice the problems.
So he starts pointing at. I assume you're all walking in after him.
Yeah. Pierre looks to Toby as he does and says, "They're sullying your good name calling this place grand, Toby."
We make do.
Oh, I
Vince-
guess we'll have to.
Vincent points at this building here. He's like, "This is the mess hall. I mean, no, this is the bathhouse and the storage area." Continues going. Up here. Oh God, it's so hard keeping track of all this stuff.
What's all this?
Just
weird
imagining
about?
everyone. I'm imagining everyone following anyways.
Yeah.
Complete
So don't
war.
worry about having to move it all.
So, this is like palisades for defense. So they can be moved around, but they look like they're staked into the floor at the moment.
Okay.
The mess hall is over there. Gilles is in charge of supplies here. He's having some trouble. And Gilles, like, moodily leans against this palisade and just nods back. And you hear Raziza being like, "I guess that's where I have been." And you see her, like, run over. And Ruveret's like, "No." And you just see her just start perusing through the mess hall. All your recruits so excitable, Ruveret." And Ruvet's like, well, Gunn looks around. No. What are you pointing at?
Chad.
Yeah. Vincent looks over, and you can see a hill dwarf who seems to be tattooed. He's very old. Seems to be cooking around a fire. That is our scout of this area. He is not part of the army. He is a very capable scout of the area. he keeps the raptor attacks under control. And you see him turn around. He's like, "Father be with you," and
Oh,
continues
yeah.
going back to cooking.
Oh,
I
baby.
read his name as Bernard Douchebag for a second and was like,
Bernard
Yeah,
Dalbeck.
Bernard douchebag. Be back.
Vincent, it's like the mess hall. This is the keep. This is the tavern. It is for, relaxing.
Pierre lets out a big sigh of relief.
And you see as he sort of says that, you see a young human girl emerge from the tavern. She starts waving over, and you can see a little Tressim next to her. She seems to be dressed in like very fancy arcane robes as well, and the Tressim's just like dancing around her head. Yes, that is our resident war mage, and like war mage. She is a apprentice of one stationed at Fort Champion. She's very excitable, and that little Tressim is kind of a mascot for our camp, eh?
Yes, just keep it away from me. They don't tend to like me.
Her name is Lucille Delafosse, and the cat's name is Lil Evel.
That's cute.
After the heir to the throne, you know.
A lovely name for, I'm sure, a gentle and wonderful creature. Definitely not aggressive.
Yes, she is from Evening Star. If any of you have been there,
Unfortunately, yes.
well, less said the better then. He continues down here, and this is what we call the keep. Keep it safe, yeah. He just looks around.
Pierre's like,
Toby's scanning everything, and it's just looks of disapproval everywhere.
Yeah. So
Watchtowers are good.
You haven't seen many people here. It looks like there's been 4 or 5 people just keeping this place warm for you. So
Yep.
there's supplies like everywhere. You can see that they have pitched tents for the recruits, which are here. I think they do have watchtowers, so you can see over the wall.
Yeah. Palisades set up inside the camp to, block people from moving around.
Well, it's just in case they get invaded, yeah? Because
Yeah.
it's basically undefended, yeah?
Pierre would look to Toby and say, a camp more fitting for the Iron Oath rather than the Avant-Garde, yes.
Well said.
Yeah, I spit on them.
They wouldn't know what to do with a camp like this.
They'd probably get lost and not do anything ever.
Well, it's their Viscount.
Yes, I met one of them once. Fool of a man. So Vincent's like, Gwendolyn, if you do the honors. She pulls out a key and she's like, you better all keep this place tidy. She unlocks the door. And she's like, this is my domain and I will not have you disrespect it.
You have nothing to worry about, my dear. Our troop is well known for being the tidiest of sorts, and if we are to dirt anything, then at least Miss Ember can burn it clean.
So what you see before you is a large blacksmithery and an armory.
Toby's eyes go from scowl to glittery anime eyes. Oh.
This is where it all happens. So I will not have anyone piss about in here.
How does it look?
Hey,
Does it look
what
well
happened?
kept?
It looks immaculate. It looks like this place is very well kept.
Oh,
Like, you can tell that this woman is very, very proud, and she clearly keeps her domain unmolested.
Toby's in love.
If you need anything, you ask for me for it, and if you want special permission, you'll have to ask, and I'm not guaranteeing I will say yes.
Mademoiselle, this is impressive setup you have here.
Well, thank you. I have been looking after it for many years. Me and Vincent have been here at least 3 years.
Pierre
can-
looks to one of the suits of armor, kind of like taps it slightly, and then looks to Ember like, good.
Is it good?
It's good. It's full plate. It better be good. You can see that sort of filigreed on the front is like a Cormyrian dragon, and on the one next to it is a symbol you might recognize if you'd like to do a. Everyone can do a history roll to see what this one has got on it.
It's true.
So yeah,
16 for
yeah,
18.
you've heard of it before. It is a sigil of the Green Knight.
Aye.
Oh yeah.
This one looks very slightly tinted in red as well, whereas the other one just looks very unornate, just like not really that cleaned up. It looks like someone's taken special care of this one.
Ember just looks up here and she says, I don't know, it looks really heavy and bulky. Like, how are you going to run in that thing?
Well, if you're a man as grand and the size of Toby, then he should carry himself in that without any issues. Myself and you, of course, perhaps not, but either Mr. Legrand and you see Miss Farce with her quite stunning armor. She has no problem making her way across the battlefield, does she not?
If that's true. I don't know, I don't like it.
Gwendolyn's
No,
like, if you want to wear that, you'd have to become one of the Green Knights, and they do not just let anyone in. Adrian Romantel is a very strict Grandmaster. I don't think you'd be here if you had it, but she sort of goes up to it and like gives it a stroke. It is a dream. And sort of goes back.
Mamselle,
Well,
with sorry, Lewis.
there you go on, Tom.
With all due reverence, I must ask, what are your policies on sharing of forge facilities?
I will watch you the first 3 times, and if I see you do not make any mistakes, I will allow you in here on your own. But you must keep it immaculate.
More than fair.
Slowly.
An army works on its weapons and its armor. This is the pinnacle.
I agree.
Shrugs.
So, Vincent's like, yes, we should see upstairs. Gwendolyn, and she's like, sort of moves off, starts hammering back at the forge. So, I'll copy you all. So he'd lead you up to the first floor. Oh god. These maps are so big, it takes ages to load anything. Oh, there we go. So,
They're awesome, by the way, dude. You've gotten real good at making these maps.
Yep.
I like it, it's fun. Yeah.
What was that isometric thing you used for?
Oh, that was on Incarnate.
Ooh, that looks awesome.
Took a while to do that. Oh, there you go. So you come up to this level, which looks so the outside of the keep looks like it's built out of stone, and then you can see telltale things of whether it's inside was probably destroyed, and they've rebuilt most of it in wood, like going up each level. So the bottom level is the most impressive, but it kind of gets a bit more ramshackle as you go up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can see the fortifications that they've set up just in case this place gets attacked, so they can fall back. He opens this door here.
I think we might be on a different map.
Oh, fuck, yeah. So your token's already on Jane, isn't there? So, can you see it now?
Yeah.
It's like in here we have the hospital.
What was that about Joan? Sorry?
She's there now. She's there.
Ah, thank you.
We're being shown inside the fancy stone tower.
Mm.
Toby's
Yes.
fallen in love with the blacksmith lady.
Gestures to his left. And he's like, "This is the medical ward. Ruvret, I guess you will be working in there." And he sort of like sighs. Yeah. Or is anyone else proficient in medicine? He's like, Corporal Afas.
Yes, I believe I am.
If
Of
you
course,
would
I
like,
know I am, but my player does not.
if you would like to check out the facilities at your own leisure, opposite we have the gaol or dungeon where we keep any miscreants we find. We have not had to do that. Everything else dies. If anyone, seeing if you spent a little bit of time in this guy's presence now,
Yeah.
anyone to see if they've noticed anything, you can do a religion check.
Oh,
Definitely.
I am
Just
now
for
proficient
a
in it.
cleric.
Natural one.
Shit.
Jesus.
So I think you
Fine,
notice
can I have my roll?
he's carrying a quarterstaff, so even you would notice that with your one, Pierre.
Yeah.
But what you do notice on him is that he's got a heavy crossbow on his back. He's wearing half plate, and on his shield there is a large fist of Torm, and he also seems to have a little insignia on his coat as well. So Toby and Ember, you would have noticed that.
Cool.
He's quite old. He's about maybe like he's late 40s, I'd say. So he'd just around to that.
You won't say that when you're in your late 40s, Kieran.
I mean, I think I'm old now, so I'll move you up to the next level.
Okay, so first floor, jail and medbay. Got it.
Yeah.
That's smart having your medbay next to your jail.
Yeah.
Well, it's where it fit, yeah. No.
Perhaps I'll take a look in there. I've got this fancy, and he kind of waves this healer's kit around from the druid lady thing. He's like, if I ever have to put this to use again, and he kind of winks at Joan and Ember.
So
Joe would be like, oh, I can teach you how to use it properly if you like, Pierre.
Hello, I am quite talented with my fingers on the old lute, but not so much with the needle and thread. So I'll take any advice I can get.
Very well. Perhaps one day.
So Vincent leads you up to the next floor. You can see it's also well positioned. There seem to be crossbows behind sandbags, so if it gets invaded, they can defend themselves. He's like, this is the the sleeping quarters for the commanders, and as corporals, I guess these rooms will. And he looks at Ruvert, go to them, and Ruvert's like, yes, by all means, everyone, you can pick a room. And
Just imagine Pierre being like,
Vincent opens
Dibs.
the door, and as Pierre is standing next to him, he's like, go wild.
Oh well, he starts opening the doors like one by one, just like
Okay.
opening them.
after you, Mamzelle Afas.
Merci beaucoup, Toby. But I am piping one thing onto cupcakes right now. So I'm finding it tough to move my token.
The rooms look quite similar to each other.
They're not exactly similar.
No, the one on the left is bigger.
Well, but the ones down the bottom are a bit different.
Oh,
They're like thinner, aren't they? I
Pick
think
your room, guys.
Toby is like, well, a writing desk, a wardrobe. Pierre, fucking hell, I don't know. Arnie's infected me with that since that happened.
Sorry.
Pierre is walks in and he's like a writing desk, a wardrobe, a lovely chest, Couldn't ask for more. It's the orange bed sheets top it off very nicely. He says, he sort of plops his loot down on the bed and he says, I suppose I'll be taking this one?
You hear Vincent call. It's like, it's the army, not the yawning portal.
If only. If only.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I'll take this one.
I will say, Ember, the bed sheets in this room
Yeah.
are red like fire.
Pretty true.
Which one? Oh, this one. Oh, this one's red. Yeah, I'm going with this one.
Toby's waiting until Joan
Yeah.
picks one. He doesn't want to pick the one Joan wants.
Pierre, as to Ember went into the room, like, and didn't go in that one, she's like, ah, shame. We could have practiced our double actor across the rooms from each other, Miss Wins.
Well, maybe if you come down here, this one's got yellow. Matches your hair.
I have
Should-
yellow hair?
Anyway.
He's like, kind of, he looks at his own hair, he's like, I hope not.
Got a yellow sheen, you know, at the top.
Rodri comes down here and she's like, these rooms are slightly different. they're slightly bigger. And she like into this one.
Joan would choose one that looks comfortable but not too. This one?
Would she want a writing desk?
Well, for her bad poetry, perhaps.
Because the only one for writing desk left is this one up here.
Yeah, but that's been sequestered by Pierre.
That's the
No.
one opposite.
Pierre's
Yeah,
on
Pierre's.
this one.
Okay, fine. She'll go in this one opposite Pierre. Is that all right with you, Toby?
Toby was waiting for Joan to choose one. He wants
but I don't-
he wants either him or Pierre to be in an opposite room to Joan in case shit goes down. So he's happy
Okay.
with this arrangement.
Okay.
And he will
Alright.
go opposite Rodri.
I'll be sure to keep a close eye on you, Mr. Farce. Me and Mr. Legrand are the Grand Protectors after all, and, you know, I'm sure won't keep you up all night with my music. Or for any other means.
Subtle.
He's the least subtle person ever.
Yeah, no,
Well,
I love it.
I'm sure you've never kept anybody up all night, Pierre. I would not worry about that.
Well, I do my best, you know.
The little
Um,
Pierre that could.
Viscount comes down. He's like, the perfect room.
Oh no. He's
You
right in
get
the
it.
middle.
I thought he'd be perching on the fucking roof.
He likes a little bed.
Oh no! I've got the room next to the fucking cock
Oh
room.
no, I feel the same. God damn it.
Like fucking 3 a.m.
Vince. All right, if you've still got more to see, you can make yourselves comfortable after you've done the tour.
Toby drops his stuff off in the chest and then closes the door behind him.
I know you've all been on the road for a while. As I heard we're going to have something of a feast tonight.
But
How
goes
fabulous.
Into Joan's room briefly. She says, if that wall gets really hot, then there's probably a fire in my room. Just saying.
I will make sure I keep feeling the temperature of the wall. Thank you for the heads up.
Yes, please don't burn the place down.
I'll do my best.
We've got plenty of people wanting to do that already, which I will tell you about later.
Where are the fire exits? What is the procedure? Where's the rally point?
You get to the roof.
Jump off and die!
There is a secret basement on the floor, but well, it leads out in case of real emergencies.
Huh?
I will show you later. And he leads you up to the next floor.
Having Ember in the party has made me very fire safety conscious.
Yep. Burn, baby,
What is
burn.
this one?
Especially when our entire existence is made of wood.
The next floor. There we go. These are some of Rouvret. One of these will be your rooms, and the rest belong to Gwendoline, me, GL's. But there are toilets down there.
We're not
He
with you, Q.
points. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. There isn't much timber in the Stonelands, right?
No. After you looked around this place, you can see that
They've
all the
like
trees,
yeah, stripped everything.
or imported it in.
Yeah.
Points down here. So toilets are down there, and bathtubs on the end. Can't have a stinky army.
Toilets on the top floor. The plumbing system must be incredible.
Plumbing.
The shit certainly does travel downhill.
Eloquently put, as much as I expected.
Well, you know, if you wake up in the middle of the night to a face covered in shit, then at least you know that, I don't know
At
where I'm
least I
going
know
with
that
this.
I'm rooming opposite Pierre Relihon.
Well, quite.
By my reckoning, each of these toilets is above a bedroom, so perhaps it will be a lucky situation for someone.
I can't wait for you to ingest some of that little halfling girl's spicy meatballs, Toby. I'm sure. Yes, don't eat the spicy meatballs.
Are they not particularly good, or?
No, I'm more worried about for mine and Mr. Fars's sake.
Vincent's like, this is the commander's quarters, Rouvret. And the planning room, where we shall have a discussion about all the little trifles that are going on. And, well, Rouvret has said you're his crack team, as it were.
I like how we've gone from being the dregs of the army to the crack team.
Well, you're like the Drake. You're like the crack team of the Drakes.
Great.
I like that they refer to us as a crack team after Pierre made a joke about Toby's bowels.
And he wouldn't show you the room on his right, but he'd show you the one on the left. Which is a planning room.
Oh my god, that sword's massive.
And
Swing that baby around.
A massive sword.
finally,
Gentlemen, we're assaulting Florida.
and finally, he would take you up the ladder this time. And he's like, what you have all been waiting for and what you were sent here for? The signal fire. And
Oh no, Ember.
And you can see a huge signal fire.
Comes up the stairs.
Well, I truly feel
Nothing
honoured.
is fire.
Fucking hell, it's massive. Well, I truly feel honoured that it took all four of us to light a fire.
Map is not loaded for me yet.
So yeah, you can see this is tall enough where you can see over the walls from here.
Quite the
What's the view
sight.
like?
Hmm?
What's the view like?
Yeah. So there's quite a few crenulations, which are difficult to see out of. But if you went up to them, it's stark past the camp. It looks like most of the wood has been chopped away. The land looks dry. There's not much life in it. It's mainly characterized by the rocky outcroppings around. But you can see to the sort of southwest, where you think Guark, the main encampment, might be. You can see to the west as well that there's a large river plummeting down as well.
Quite hot, like the air.
It would be humid. No, it'd be very dry, I think.
Yeah.
Be dry and hot, but not quite a desert heat.
Yeah.
Spain.
Huh?
Spain.
Yes, exactly.
Toby would look out to the east or southeast and see if he could spot the ruined wizard tower at all. I think it's quite far.
Oh, let me see how far it is. I didn't know you could see Blackpool Tower from up here, so you can actually see quite far. Well, not in the game.
Gonna say.
You see, Toby, you would see like just a dot on a hill.
Yep.
Like, but you're probably like, that could be it. But as you're looking in that direction, Toby, you would see a much larger building which is on the ground, and above it seems to be like a crackling energy.
Jesus. Monsieur Chevrolet, Major Chevrolet, what is for Quartermaster Messier? Could you tell me more about that?
That is the ruins of Amansda. It is why we are here. The past year it has been, gestures to it, crackling like that. They do not mention it outside of, well, when you get to a camp, as it worries many people.
Has it expanded, changed in the year?
When I came here in my youth, it was dormant completely, but in the last few months it has become, as you see, that red effluent off the top. It has crackled more and more, but we should be able to put this to rest. Yes, that's why they raised a grand army.
Yeah, sure, we're all completely prepared to stop whatever that is.
He sort of pats the crenulation. He's like, that is why the CORMYRians. You see a rock slightly fall off the top. Build strong.
So strong, so brilliant and wonderful. I'm gonna stand by Miss Wins, and Pierre's like nervously kind of like looking away from this place.
I assume there's no fire currently in the middle yet.
No, they haven't lit it yet.
So much fuel here, Pierre. She's like placing her hands on this rock on the outside. It's just heating up this rock currently, but she is staring at all this fuel right now.
He would just whisper over to her and just say, "You could light it up, you know. Just think of the bonfire."
Rodri's like, it looks kind of perfect for a little plan.
Where's Dewey? Why isn't Dewey
It
here?
does. It so does.
Dewey's
It's kind
like,
of climbing up on things.
Vincent's like, I wouldn't climb on that. It could fall down. This is the masterpiece. This is what we light during the battle. We're going to signal Guac and let them know we are winning.
And we're standing tall on these rocks.
We've been winning so far, Miss Wins.
Where is Dewey? Why isn't he up here?
Standing.
Rupert comes over and he puts his hand on your shoulder, Ember, and he's like, don't worry, Miss Wins. When it's time, I will let you light it.
What? It's time?
It's not time. It's not time now. Corporal, pull yourself together.
Okay. What time? Okay.
Vincent would come round to you. He's like, if you have the honor of lighting this, you'll also need these. And he gives you, it looks like a box full of different coloured pellets. And the pellets are all different colours. There's green, yellow, red. And there's about 6 of each. He's like, when the time comes and the battle is on, you can set the fire, and this color would will match, and he points over into the distance where you can't really see anything at the moment. That color, you just throw it in, and we signal to the camp how the battle is going.
We don't need no colourful chalk. And I can.
Do you even know who you are talking to? This is Miss Ember Wins. She has. Show him a little demonstration, my dear. Not on the pyre.
Not on the pyre?
In soon, but show him a little demonstration. Maybe on, and he kind of walks over to one of the twigs and kind of breaks a little bit off, and it's like, and he hands it to Ember.
Yeah, she just instantly lights it up and makes the fire several different colours herself.
He sort of smiles and he's like, well, we'll have no problem lighting that into a roaring piece of majesty.
Oh, you're right. I won't. She puts her hands back on the rocks.
Yeah, whispers in her ear again, says, a bonfire for the ages, it will burn so bright.
So brightly.
Could any moment now just go up in a... Oh, flame!
You see Dewey come up the hatch.
We need a hero. We need a hero.
His eyes
just blast over.
His eyes like, uh-oh. He's like, Ember, don't.
I can't help it, Dewey. I need to.
I know what you're thinking. I know.
The hands are lit up. They're lighted up.
He comes over.
He's getting ready to grapple.
And he sort of ices up his hands, and he goes to like put them on yours, like a kind of like, hey now, don't do anything stupid.
Pierre's leaning around the front with a flask of oil, and it's just like,
Vincent's like, come on now, we don't want to do this too early, otherwise all of your friends will have to go out into the land and scavenge up more wood.
Well, that is a tedious task, but
could be so worth it, though.
Look how far away the nearest wood is, Ember. Points out across the land.
It's really far.
You'd have to get up very early in the morning to get all that wood.
Okay, I'll just stare at it though. Yeah, I'll just sit right here, and she sits on the floor.
Vincent,
I just
like,
imagine her cattail doing the thing that they do, where it's like whipping the ground.
Definitely whipping.
Is she doing that thing where cats
doing the cat clicky thing? Definitely.
Yeah, the cat chatter when they chatter at the birds. Like,
yep.
Vincent is like, come on, we have much to talk about. And
do you lock the hatch, Mr. Messier?
Do I need to?
I think it might be wise.
Well, she'll get it out of her system when she can do it. And we will end the session there for today.
Pierre would just sidle up to Toby whilst looking at Ember at one point, or she was sort of sitting over it and just say, "Oh, I like this one, Toby."
I think Toby would turn around and like poke him in the sternum and just be like, "I'm making it your responsibility that this thing doesn't go up before it's meant to."
I'll do my best, Toby, no problem. And he kind of leans over the side of the fort, looks down to Chad Mullins and says, "Mullins, make sure this thing doesn't go up. That's your responsibility."
What's up, man?
Keep doing what you're doing. Good job.
He goes to do a high five and realizes you're not there, and he drops all the bags on the floor as he does it.
Fucking Mullins.
Okay. I'll just say one thing, Fort Champion, because it is a fort, it has all these special features.
Ooh.
And you can probably guess by the time I spent making these maps, something's going to happen here at some point.
Nah.
Never.
So yeah, I'll probably go through these next time.
These are
Cool
awesome.
though.
They all do different things depending on you being in the fort when it all happens.
It's really cool. Holy shit.
Whew, this is a bit I was waiting to get to for quite a while.
Yeah, it's the bit that Tom was super excited
Yeah,
for, and you have
me too.
thoroughly delivered.
You really have, Kieran. That was great.
I just wanted you to have a fort with all the characters you met in, and it's like, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's like. There's this game I've been playing loads of called The Last Spell, which is so like this, where it's like you've got your little fort and your people inside, and then the enemies come. It's just like, oh, train up my little people.
I knew Ember would have a reaction to that.
Yeah.
Yep.
I made it as big as possible.
So big, so much fuel.
Oh,
Fuel for fire.
That was such a fun session. Holy shit.
thank
That was
you.
awesome.
That was really good.
Yeah, I'd like to commend everyone on their RP. I thought that was great throughout the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Yeah,
You know
everyone
what I
can
should
have
get?
everyone can have an inspiration, yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Do I get an extra inspiration for not falling asleep?
Yeah, you did
yeah.
well.
Yeah, well done.
Mm.
Nice.
Believe it
Should
or
be
not,
something.
even though I was baking the whole time, that was probably the most attention I've ever given to anything.
Yeah,
was
you
gonna
were
say,
really on it. You were, yeah.
So I'll give
Every
you.
session now on, yeah, you need to bake something.
Yeah. And then share it with the group.
I'm sure
So-
Tom won't be complaining.
Oh yeah. You
So
wait.
how?
I'll be like, look guys, I fixed my knee next time I see you, and I'll be like twice the size.
I'm Tom Legrand.
So how it's gonna work from this point onward is like, so Vincent. Wait, let me get to.
Yeah,
the
I wanted to
ground
ask,
floor.
are these guys fucking off? There was a little bit of a
No, they're
vibe
not.
of like, we're the relief, and they're like, ah.
No, they're not.
Okay.
So Vincent, Gwendolyn, Gilles,
Gwendolyn.
Berard, Lucille, they'll all have quests.
Is Gilles based on Gilles de Rais? Is that where you got that from?
I think it might just be coincidence.
Hmm.
No, wait, no, it is Gilles de Rais because I read about Gilles de Rais, and then I think it just came up naturally in my head that his name's Gilles, GL or whatever. And then each of your little companions will have a mini quest.
Amazing.
Oh my god, I don't even want to think what Chad Mullins' quest is going to be.
Going to be selling
Yeah.
sunglasses.
To find
Also-
some honey mossy.
Anya, you've reached your next level in piety.
Yeah, you have.
Ooh,
You
I'll
can
add
now
it to your-
cast daylight
Oh,
with this
yeah.
trait.
Holy shit, that's great.
Yeah.
that's so cool. Woohoo!
What stuff did you do with your level up, Anya? I'm curious.
I don't remember. I chose guidance. Oh wait, what? Okay, I've got guidance on there twice for some reason. And I can now do sacred flame. I chose a feat which was
Ooh.
some I chose magic initiate cleric, so now I can do create or destroy water. And can't think what else. Lesser restore. Oh no, I already had that. I don't know. I can't really remember what I was doing before.
Have a look.
That's helpful, isn't it?
You've not
Oh,
made a
well.
choice on your elven accuracy either. So it might
Elven
not matter.
accuracy. What's elven accuracy?
It's a feat you've got. You can use it to increase your dex in wisdom or charisma.
Yes, I think that was a hint, wasn't it?
I don't know what you mean.
You might want to, if you can pick the cantrips from Magic Initiate, you probably can change the guidance one as well, because you've already got guidance as part of your cleric stuff.
Yeah, I've just changed it. I've now got mending.
Oh, I love
Yeah,
mending.
that's a really good one, actually.
So I was thinking, how do you want to sort of start next time?
I think think there'll be a night of settling in.
Yeah,
Right?
maybe
Yeah,
a celebration and like.
I think it might be worth people thinking about what they want their role to be in the camp as well, right? Because there's
Yeah.
going to be like, obviously questing out together as a squad, but also, like Toby wants to work in this smithy and do cool smithing stuff.
Should I come up with a list of assignments,
Mm-hmm.
or do you want? We won't. I guess they won't actually do it, but they can talk about it, right? You know what I mean? I don't know. There's obviously
Stuff we're
gonna.
doing.
Like I'd
Yeah.
guess Joan wants to make a little shrine to a monitor.
Yeah, but Joan doesn't even know how to do the thing, so.
What?
Do what thing?
Oh, on your
I don't
character
know how
sheet,
to- Yeah.
if you go on features and traits,
Oh. Hang on. Where I go?
or are you on
Feat-
the editing mode of the whole sheet?
No, I've gone on features and traits. Go on.
And then there should be manage feats button.
Oh yeah.
You click on that and you go on elven accuracy. There should be.
No choice you can make.
Ah, thank you. We all know it's got to be wisdom, but there we are.
Makes a big difference.
Huge difference for you.
God,
Going
Joan's
to
got some
14.
stonking stats. That's awesome.
Yup.
I just noticed.
Yeah, because what I was trying to, because I think next time you want to play out the big celebration, right?
Yeah, for
that'd be
sure.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
He gets
and
to
then
sing some songs.
we'll go to bidness.
Yeah.
It's because have like you lot
Let's go
and
down
the
to business.
the quest givers around a table like, well, you've come here now. Here's all our problems.
Yeah. I think Pierre's main role in the camp would be like morale officer.
Yeah,
Not with Joan.
I like how.
He was showing some friendliness towards him at the end
Yeah, I think
with the
she's
poetry.
warming to him, maybe slightly.
Now that she's got a different nosebleed target.
Yeah.
Who's that?
Uriel.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
It's gonna be great. See a lot of horses around. Oh wait, yeah. What's happening to our horses?
Yeah, that's something I need to do as well. I was going to find a random horse roller, and then you're given horses to go out through the land.
Yeah, can we name
Be
them?
cool.
Yeah, of course you can. Hang on, I'll do. Oh, it's a bit late now.
Mine's gonna be called Horsey Legrand. Great.
Horsey Legrand.
Here it is. D30 horse generator.
Anya, what did we call Cedric Powerglave's horse?
Wasn't it
Opiate.
called like Daedalus or something?
Oh yeah,
No,
Daedalus.
Bacchus.
Oh, Bacchus.
No, it was called
Bacchus.
Bacchus because he's the
Yeah.
god of tits and wine,
It's true.
and that's what Cedric Powerglaive is all about.
Cedric.
God bless Bessie and her magnificent
Okay.
tits.
Who's that? So funny. My sister's like, if I play in D&D, I want to be Robert Baratheon. I was like,
Don't blame her.
I can imagine that. She's definitely Robert Baratheon on the inside.
yeah, she definitely is.
Bastard boar. Got me right through. I love it. So good.
Let it be known that King Baratheon was killed by a fucking boar.
I'm pleased with that session. You got to. I like how the NPCs came out a bit.
I really like that session. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I love that. How the fuck do you roll a D30?
Well, Tom, don't ask questions, yeah? No, I don't know. Isn't it just 3d10s because each one's
Yeah.
different?
Yeah.
Is it?
Mm,
Oh no.
No.
Oh
that's
yeah,
not
no,
good.
you're right.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, rolling a D30 without an actual D30 can be done with a 1D10 and a D6. On a 1 or 2 on the D6, add 10 to the D roll. On a 3 or 4, add 20. Don't add anything on a roll of 5 or 6. Okay. I'm generating my horse right now, Kieran.
That's what I meant. A fucking cult. Maybe we should roll 6 different horses and then they pick them.
3, and then 5 or 6 is no.
Because you don't want Toby on a light riding horse.
This is true. Need to roll again.
If we rolled 6 of them and we're like, these are the horses we've got, take it or leave it.
4 or 5 is 24. Okay, we got a castrated colt so far. Its coloration is 26. It's a light chestnut. Now let's see what size it is.
Wait, what? How old was it? A colt.
A colt, yeah. That's a 6. That's just a straight 2. So this is a light riding horse. It's the second smallest one. And its marking or bad habit is it's a light chestnut, but it has a white boot on its right foreleg.
Oh.
That messes with my OCD. I like it not.
And it's a light riding horse, and it's a young castrated colt gelding.
Oh.
Are we writing this down?
I think Kieran is.
Yeah.
I'll do them if you want, Kieran.
Yeah, you do them, you send them to me, and then I can make the tokens, and then people can pick.
Yep. Sounds Gucci to Moochie.
Because I really want to have it where you're all on horses. I thought it'd be cool.
Yeah.
Ember would be super fast. She can ride her horse in and jump off and run.
Hell yeah.
Because I think how it works is the horse can do like... It can dash or it can disengage as an item, but if you're sitting on it and it disengages, so you can disengage, attack normally, but you can get out without being hit.
Cool.
I think that's how it works. So if you go in on your horse...
Can you do that even if you're not a cavalier, though? I don't know what the cavalier gives you.
I think...
Toby is proficient
so.
in animal handling.
Animal handling's definitely to stay on, isn't it? Yeah, advantage on falling off. Yeah, I think they don't have that. And they basically just have stuff that makes you better at riding a horse. So you guys might not be great at riding a horse, but...
Ember's definitely not ridden a horse before.
Have you know that I've got... Wait, where is it? Hey, +1 in animal handling.
I've got +3.
A 0.
Controlled mounts are easy. In the simplest case, you start your turn mounted, your mount moves and you don't. You can take, and takes one of 3 actions: dash, disengage, or dodge. Hang on. Blah, 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 blah. The initiative of a controlled mount matches yours. You mount it, it moves as you direct it, and it has 3 actions. But do you get hit? Assume you don't. I'll have a read of it throughout the week. Right, thank you everybody.
Yeah, thanks
I'm
for
going,
Kieran.
I'm going to go do work. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Bye bye.
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 Bye.